Hey, T-Sippers. Oh, let me get some honey. Hunty. Hey, T-Sippers. Hey, Crystal. Purple Groovy. Belinda. What it do? Hey, Be Rich. Who have I missed at the top? Let me see. Hey, Mrs. Tom. Dang it, I didn't put that thing on. What it do, y'all? Happy Saturday night. I hope everybody's all right. Let's get in there. Let's get in there. Oh yeah, I got this. All right. So I've been MIA. I've been missing in action. It is Mother's Day weekend. It is almost Happy Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day to all the lovely mothers. You understand? Give yourselves a round of applause. Flowers from me to you. Is that all right? Excuse me. I got to re-up on my supplements. I hope y'all have been having a wonderful evening, full of love and appreciation. And because I'm really concerned about our future, if you don't know that you are appreciated, you know that you've given your all and all to your kids, providing them with the best that you could do. And if you didn't, you still have time. If you know you could have done better, you still have time to fix that. Is that all right? But we appreciate you. Labor ain't no joke. And a C-section show ain't. Hello. A C-section show ain't no joke. So natural birth ain't no joke. And a C-section ain't one either. But that epidural, baby, baby with that long ass needle. Woo! What you talking about? Yeah. Yeah. Strong women. You are appreciated. Don't ever forget that, okay? And even if they grown right now, we still need to protect them because, you know, the devil is busy. And they want our kids. The boys and the girls. And I don't care how old they are. I don't care how old they are. Yeah. I'm trying to make sure we don't have all that nipping and napping and folk coming in. I'm trying to make sure it's set up right. If y'all got y'all teacups, if y'all were once a member, and y'all got y'all access to your teacups, put some teacups in the chat. I need to start seeing them teacups. Maybe that'll motivate me to continue to go live even though I'm demonetized. Put some teacups in my chat. Is that all right? I like that blue one. But that green one is all right too. Give me some teacups. We sipping. What we sipping? Okay? Y'all ready? Y'all ready to jump in there? Although we late, I got to get our prayer for today's date. Let the handsome brother pray over us. Is that okay? And then we'll lead into, hopefully, we'll lead off into, I didn't mean to do that. Tomorrow with grace. How that sound? Happy Mother's Day to you and yours on TV, T-Sippers, everybody. Hey, Empathy. Hey, Joe. She got her teapot. She's serving tea, baby. She's serving her tea. She said, I'm gonna get my teacup in. You go ahead, Joe. I ain't mad at you. Yeah, okay, let's go in. Let's go into prayer. Oh, that's my thunderstorms at night. Oh my God, that's how I sleep, y'all. I sleep just like this. It don't be that loud. I put my eye mask on with the steam. And then, baby, I'm off the cow gun. Cow gun, take me away. You know what I mean? Let's get to the prayer before we get to anything. I really dig that. I like the jazz. And then, you know. Where you at? Where he at? Well, I've been having some funnies, but I don't know. I don't know if that's a part of the where our prayer guy. I don't know if that's a part of the animation, the AI stuff that they was complaining about. I sure be wanting to play it. Where is the guy at? I just saw him. I don't know if that be a part of me. Me got her tea. She got her tea. She said, I'm gonna get some options. Where's our tea guy? Where's our prayer guy at? Let me refresh, but I don't know if that's a part of the reason for the demonetization. They because them little cartoons with dump, what I call him, Diaper Donnie, be having on, and they be making fun of him. There you go. I don't be knowing if that. Ooh, but I saw a funny one today. Let me get to yo. I saw a funny one today, y'all. I am dying to show y'all. I just don't know. What is this? Not that. Let me get to it.
I dedicate this prayer to all the mothers.
Oh, that's the 10th. I need the 9th. Do I need to show the funny before we have a prayer after?
Sure. You want me to help you with your groceries? Do not be anxious about it.
Yeah, let me show it first, so I can ask God, to take my tickle away. Ah, baby, cause this right here is funny to me. I couldn't help myself. Where did I put it? Oh my God, baby, they could sure wear him out. I'm at the top. Where am I at? They can sure wear him out, y'all. I ain't gonna even lie. It be so funny to me. Did I send it to you? Oh yeah, baby. Y'all ready? I turned 50 November the 1st. I can't say happy early. Welcome to 50. Y'all ready for this before we go to the prayer? Y'all ready? Y'all see this? Baby, who like them thick? Huh? Who like them thick? Baby, thick in the waist, cute in the face. Auntie P, take the screen down. Take it down. Where we at? Woo, you got on heels too, big thighs. My milkshake bring all the boys to the yard. She leaving the dogs behind. Them tits popping. Pop. You twerk, twerk. Work it. Back that thing up. Baby, y'all know I holler when I saw this, right? Y'all do know Auntie Fee hollered when she saw, pop that, my milkshake, yes indeed, yeah, what? Ain't no good, y'all. What? Pop them girl, yes, I had to get my balance for y'all. Okay, y'all, that's enough. Was she shaking her head? Ah, ah. Baby, them dogs said, boy, that's some meat. Got to be more careful with them high heels. So, baby, was that hair blowing in the wind? Go. I know you're looking at me. I know you're looking at me. Are you looking at me, Shake? Uh, don't make me twerk. Don't make me twerk. Don't make me work. Don't make me work. Ooh, look at the melons. The melons. What? Woo. Baby, she finna twerk. If them heels wasn't so high, she would have been able to bend all the way over, baby. But them little ankles right here with all of that there, and ooh, I don't know. You was gonna be tumbling. Let me get my balance out. She had the hop. Ow, 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 ow. Did y'all see that hop? Woo! I got my balance back. I got my balance back. Ooh, girl, if you don't strut, you better. Strong J, Strong J. What you looking at me for? You cannot have my milkshake. Ew, ew. Y'all know I ain't gonna act right. Y'all know I ain't on TV, ain't gonna act right. So let's get on. Oh, what? What? I'm hating on you. I'm hating on you. Donika. Donika. I'm hating on you. Don't stop right in the middle, at the end. Let you finish. Woo! Okay. Oh my goodness. Heel skills are classy, honey. That is Strong J. She been practicing since I came. She been practicing for a while. What they say, hell you mean? They pulling a big mama like Martin, baby. 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 No thickums. We hard. I had to make y'all laugh. I've been making. I don't know. They be trying to. They don't look like necessarily him. I don't know, but I just couldn't pass on that one. I ain't gonna lie. Once I get monetized again, then I'll be more careful. So now we need some prayer. We need some prayer. let the handsome guy pray. Y'all ready for prayer? That's not it. Where he at? Where he at? Where he at? Where I put him? Where he at? Here you go. Lord, what I eat? What did I just eat? I'm stuffy. Y'all ready? Let's go. Let us pray. Close your eyes, please. Receive the prayer. Let's go.
Dear God, I'm praying over the person listening to this prayer right now as they step into Saturday, May 9th. God, no matter what kind of week they've had, no matter what burdens they carry, no matter what stress followed them into this weekend, I pray that today would be filled with your presence, with your peace, and with your goodness. Your word says in Psalm 118, verse 24, this is the day the Lord has made.
I will rejoice and be glad in it.
So today we choose joy. Today we choose gratitude. Today we choose faith over fear and peace over anxiety.
Yes,
God, I
Lord.
pray that you would slow their mind today, quiet every anxious thought, every fear about the future, and every worry about things they cannot control. Your word says in Philippians 4, 6, and 7, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your request to God, and the peace of God will guard your heart and your mind in Christ Jesus. Guard their heart today, Lord.
Yes,
Guard
Lord.
their mind today. Guard their peace today. I pray that this Saturday becomes a day of restoration for them. God, restore their strength where they feel tired. Restore their hope where they feel discouraged. Restore their joy where life has drained them. God, your word says in Isaiah 40:31, but those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. Renew their energy, renew their faith. I pray that they stop carrying things you never asked them to carry. Your word says in Matthew 11:28, come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. So today, God, let them rest in you. Let them breathe again. Let them smile again. Let them laugh again. Let them remember that you are still God, still faithful, still working all things out for their good, even when they cannot see it. Romans 8:28 says, and we know that in all things God works for the good of
Good.
those
Who
who
Lord
love him.
and
Even the
called upon
delays
his
are
purpose.
working for their good. Even the closed doors are working for their good. Even the heartbreak, the confusion, the waiting, somehow you are using it all for their good and their glory. God, I pray against discouragement. I pray against heaviness. I pray against every lie that tells them they are behind in life. They are forgotten. They are unloved. Your word
Yes.
says in Jeremiah 29:11, for I know the plans I have for you. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you a hope and a future. God, remind them that their story is not over. Remind them that better days are still ahead. Remind them that your timing is perfect. Father, bless their family today. Bless their home, bless their health, bless their finances, bless the work of their hands. I
Yes,
pray
Lord.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 6 over them. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be
Going
when you
out.
go out. Let favor surround them today. Let unexpected blessings find them today. Let divine opportunities open today for them. And wherever they go this Saturday, keep them safe. Psalm 121, verses 7 and 8 says, the Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. The Lord will watch over your coming and going both now and forevermore. Watch over them, Lord. Protect them from danger, seen and unseen. Cover them with your grace and your mercy. And most of all, remind them today that they are not alone. You are there with them in every battle, every silent fear, every unanswered prayer. Your word says in Joshua 1:9, be strong and courageous, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. So God, no matter what today brings, let them walk in confidence, knowing that the God who created the heavens and the earth walks beside them. God, thank you for loving them. Thank you for sustaining them.
Yes,
Thank you,
Lord.
God, for carrying them through every season of life and through every day this week. God, I love you. I praise you. I thank you for all that you have done, all you're doing, and all that you continue to do in their life. I pray all these things in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Have a blessed Saturday.
Amen. Do y'all receive
And
that?
a great weekend.
Awesome. What a mighty God we serve. Oh, Lord. Even when we don't know what's coming, we don't know what is before thee, Lord, we thank you. We trust you. We believe that everything that's happening is according to your purpose and plan. That you are already, you're the Alpha and the Omega. You already know the end. Amen, good people. Amen. Y'all ready to see what's going on? Hey, what's going on? Where am I gonna start? Do I have it? I think I had it lined up. Let me go and start with Kamala. Hit the like buttons, y'all. Let's get the likes up. I don't know why this thing don't sit up right no more. Let's go.
And Kamala Harris. Former Vice President Kamala Harris is finally surfacing to speak out loudly with moral clarity against Donald Trump. This is what we've been waiting for, folks. She spoke in Las Vegas about Donald Trump's catastrophic and unlawful war in Iran, Donald Trump's con job telling the Americans during the campaign that he was going to make their lives so much better, so much more affordable. But at every step, Donald Trump has made things so much worse. And former Vice President Kamala Harris just said, look, when it comes to Donald Trump, it is all bullshit. That's what his entire life is. BS, con jobs, one gigantic. Every step, Donald Trump has made things so much worse. And former Vice President Kamala Harris just said, look, when it comes to Donald Trump, it is all bullshit. That's what his entire life is. BS, con job. Look, when it comes to Donald Trump, it is all bullshit. That's what his entire life is. BS, con jobs, one gigantic fraud. Let me show you what went down when former Vice President Kamala Harris was not holding back in Las Vegas. She goes, Donald Trump talked about obliterating Iran's nuclear capabilities last June. You know that was all bullshit. Watch what she says here. Play this clip.
You look at this war in Iran, which the American people do not want, which was not authorized by conference, but even if it was, it should not have been initiated. He talked about obliterating, and then he said, oh, he did. It's all just bullshit. Iran, which the American people do not want.
Hey, Paul.
Which was not authorized by conference, but even if it was, it should not have been initiated. He talked about obliterating, and then he said, oh, he did. It's all just bullshit.
Call it what it is. We ain't half stepping. We are not ain't no half stepping. Y'all know, huh? What? Ain't no half step. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's just bullshit.
Should not have been initiated. He talked about obliterating, and then he said, oh, he did. It's all just bullshit.
That's what's
You
up.
made me do that. I promised I'm not going to curse in public anymore.
She said, he lied, I lied. He said, he lied, I lied. It's bullshit. Hey, Charlene. Hey, everybody who came in while I was on my giggles. Mac giggles. Yeah. He be lying. Everybody else can get a lie or two in there, huh? Huh? Is that all right? Yeah. We ain't trying to match lies, but, you know, everybody else is entitled to get one in too. Hell, he get one or two or three or four every day.
All just bullshit. You made me do that. I promised I'm not going to curse in public anymore. We're in a room amongst friends. You made me do that. She was over here, just say it.
This is Honey with Superpowers by Manakora. It's your daily dose of wellness. And former Vice President Kamala Harris bringing the house down there. Then she talked about how for most Americans right now, the American dream is dead. It is no longer real, and people like Donald Trump are the ones who have killed it. And this is also reflected as well in those consumer sentiment numbers, right? University of Michigan, which does those consumer sentiment reports on Friday, it showed the worst consumer sentiment in the history of the consumer sentiment survey. Here's what Kamala Harris said in Vegas. Let's play it.
Look, for far too many people in our country, the American dream is not real. And in fact, for many people in their lived experience, it's what they would consider an American myth. And we have to be honest about that.
More from Kamala Harris right here, where she says, under the Trump regime, America has become unreliable in the world, unpredictable. We don't have any friends anymore. Those who should depend on us can no longer. America first has been America alone. Watch what Kamala Harris says. Let's play this clip.
You know, when I look at what's happening, in addition to all of that and because of it, we are losing. America has become more unreliable. We've become unreliable to our friends. Unreliable as a friend. To the young leaders here, you don't want to ever be an unreliable friend. And we have also, therefore, lost our influence.
More from the former vice president right here, where she goes,
Case
look,
survived,
we can't
2025.
just dismiss Donald Trump as an idiot. He is an idiot, but he's also a dangerous idiot. He's dangerous. And America's security and prosperity are on the line, and this dangerous idiot is out there really killing our security and our future. Let's play this clip.
So the consequences are profound. You're talking about taking over Greenland, which is a territory of Denmark, which is a NATO ally. So,
Me
but
too.
but he's not. I'm not going to dismiss him as being an
Me too,
idiot.
survive.
He's dangerous. He's dangerous.
Absolutely dangerous.
And America's security and prosperity are in the hands and on the line in terms of what he does and does not do. Greenland, anything we want and would have wanted, we could get diplomatically. And you're talking about, Article 5 of the NATO,
More from former Vice President Kamala Harris here, and she says, Donald Trump is the first at something. He's the first president of either party, Republican or Democrat, since World War II, who has intentionally thumbed his nose at the importance of American relationship and our allies. Let's play it.
And I will tell you something. Donald Trump is the first president of the United States of either party, Republican or Democrat, since World War II, who has thumbed his nose at the importance of America's relationships with our allies. Thumbed his nose at it, walked away from them, points fingers at them, calls them names, degrades them in the Oval Office. He's the first president of the United States of either party who has not assumed a responsibility, imperfect though we may be, to be a standard bearer around international rules and norms, such as sovereignty and territorial integrity.
And then former Vice President Kamala Harris has been also speaking, part of a tour that she's doing to the American people, and she's talking about gas prices going up right now. And I know the Trump regime, they always like to attack Kamala Harris and Biden for gas prices. And let's be clear, early on in the Biden-Kamala term, yes, the gas prices were high, but also it was right after Donald Trump left office. Trump left the country a mess, right? There had to be surgery done on our country after Trump left the country in a cataclysmic state. But I judge a presidency by what happened during the full duration, right? Because Biden and Harris then brought gas prices down while they also built manufacturing jobs up and other jobs up. And they handed Donald Trump what was referred to as a Goldilocks economy, the envy of the world. Just right. Watch Kamala Harris speak in front of a gas station as the prices have been going up, up, up. Here, play this clip.
Hey everyone, so I'm here in Charlotte. Since the start of Trump's war of choice, it's $15 more every time you fill up your tank of gas. The price of diesel has now gone up 80% since the start of the war. And you best believe that's going to carry over to how much you're paying for all the goods that are being transported on those semis. We've got a president who is paying more attention to what he thinks is in his best political interest and personal interest, as opposed to what is in the best interest of working people in America.
So I've talked about OneSkin before, and I have to say it's become one of my favorite
I need
skincare
y'all to get the
products. I
lights
use their
up,
moisturizer
please.
with the OS1
Double
peptide.
tap,
What
double
really
tap,
stands
double
out to me is
tap.
how smooth and healthy my skin.
On the end of the term of Harris and Biden, I think about as we head to July 4th, about a month or so, a little more, 2 months away, I think about July 4th, 2024, when this is what was going on in the news. Here, play this clip.
AAA predicts a staggering 60.6 million people will hit the roads, surpassing both last year's and 2019's numbers. With gas prices lower than last year's $3.53 average and expected to go down further, more families are opting for road trips.
But then I contrast that to what these MAGA Republicans are out there saying on state regime media now, like Carlos Jimenez, MAGA Republican from Florida. He's like, can you imagine what the world would look like right now if Harris and Biden, do you know how bad things would be? I don't know. I mean, I know how bad they are now, okay? And I remember what they were like when Biden and Harris left. They were much better. Here, play this clip.
Are you expecting to lose seats in the House for the midterm elections this year?
I was, but I'm not.
No, you're
And
not.
I'll tell you why. I think that I'm not. And I'll tell you why. Because we need to go on offense against the Democrats. Can you imagine what oil
They
prices
already
would
know.
be today if Joe Biden were actually in office and the Straits of Hormuz were being closed by Iran? We're now energy independent and we're energy dominant. Under him, we were energy dependent. And so the world would be in a much worse place if Joe Biden and the Democrats were in power.
Because right now, the latest read on consumer sentiment is, well,
We were in better
don't take
shape.
my word for it. Listen to what Fox says. Here, play this clip.
The latest read from the University of Michigan on consumer sentiment. What do we have, Madison?
Bad number. The number is 48.2 for May. That is a record low. It was expected to slip down to 49.5, but 48.2. We also have some news on inflation, 4.5% increase over the year in inflation. You know, when you look at this number, 48.2, this is the third straight decline and the second record low in a row.
And then you have Trump, who's been repeating things would be way worse than 1929 right now if we had Harris. Things may be really awful right now. Donald Trump claims we're in a golden age. He goes, but imagine how bad they would be if Biden and Harris were still in office, or if Harris was the president. Well, why? I mean, this is one of the tools of a con artist. It would be worse. No, it is bad right now. You are the leader. Act like a grown-up. Take accountability. You're horrible. Here, play this clip.
If we didn't win this election, if we had Kamala, who's the same as Joe, low IQ people, but if we had Kamala, you would have a country that would be right now in ruins. I believe that 100%.
Well, you would be wrong.
Things would be in a state like nobody's ever seen before. Worse than anything you've ever imagined. Worse than
Not worse than you.
1929, in my opinion.
Now, I remember at the last speech that Kamala Harris gave was, I believe, in March. I was at Jesse Jackson's memorial service. And she said, I'm just going to say it. I did predict a lot of this. Here, play this clip.
Let me just say,
Okay, let me show you how they have Asian, Mexican,
It's here
Italian,
now.
Caribbean. So this is a spicy drunken noodle.
I predicted a lot about what's happening right now.
And did.
I'm not into saying I told you so, but we did see it coming.
Yeah, I told y'all so.
But what I did not predict is that we would not have Jesse Jackson with us right now. But what I did not predict, let me just say, I predicted a lot about what's happening right now.
And did.
I'm not into saying I told you so, but we did see it coming. But what I did not predict is that we would not have Jesse Jackson with us right now to help us get
Rest
through
in
this.
peace.
And this afternoon has been such a beautiful remembrance of his spirit, his life, and his faith. And in a way that Reverend Al talked about it and so many others have, I do think of this afternoon as what it is doing for me to renew my faith in what is possible, fueled by the hope that Jesse Jackson so often reminded us of.
And so, speaking of predicting a lot of this, I think about the debate that she had with Trump. We all saw it. Clearly, she outperformed Donald
Hey,
Trump.
the kickback queen.
Clearly, if this were a
Happy Mother's
meritocracy,
Day.
was not even close. Trump's performance in this debate was far worse than the original debate where it was Biden and Trump. And Trump was horrible in that first debate too, where he lied about everything. Everyone wanted to talk about Joe Biden because he was the president and he looked really old. But Trump was lying about everything, and Trump was, in my view, just as bad.
Oh, wow.
But Harris had an incredible debate. We all remember that debate.
Hey, Echo.
Here, play this clip.
Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly
Another
with
bypass.
Biden and Trump. And
Another
Trump was
bypass.
horrible in that
Y'all
first debate too,
see how he
where
moved?
He lied about everything. Everyone wanted to talk about Joe Biden because he was the president and he looked really old.
It made
Trump
a
was
stupid
lying about
look
everything,
on his
and
face.
Trump
That's
was,
why I
in my view,
rewinded it.
just as bad. But Harris had an incredible debate. We all remember that debate. Here, play this clip.
Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said
Look at
it
that
was
monkey
a weak,
face.
terrible
And
deal.
you
here's how it
have
went
the
down.
nerve, the gall, and the audacity to say somebody is a monkey. Did y'all just see? Y'all gotta see that. Y'all, you gotta see it. I think you missed it.
He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security.
George, George, George of the jungle, watch out for that tree. Look at that monkey mouth. And you had the nerve. A calm man, a monkey. I'm talking about that mouth where he tried to talk about Barack Obama and Michelle. You remember he had that, put that monkey suit, trying to imply that black people are
Donald
monkeys.
Trump, when he was president,
Look at him. He
negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of
Look
American
at this monkey.
diplomacy.
She was right about everything. Remember this part of
Oh
the
my
debate? Here,
God.
play
Did
this
y'all
clip.
see that
A
chimpanzee
deal maker.
mouth?
Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government.
Bypass.
He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy.
She was right about everything. Remember this part of the debate? Here, play this clip.
These dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why
Did you drop
so
your
many
head?
military
Did
leaders.
you drop your head, Fred? Did you drop your head, Fred? Yeah. She she ripped you a new one with truth. She ripped you a new one with truth, baby. Open your eyes. Yeah.
They can manipulate you with flattery and
With
She was
flattery.
right about everything. Remember this part of
Oh my
the debate?
God.
Here, play this clip.
these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace.
But what about when she was asked a very basic question during the campaign? Would you meet with Putin? Especially as Donald Trump is like working with Putin to declare ceasefires over Red Square so that Putin could have his military parade. Remember Kamala Harris's answer when she was asked during the campaign? Let's play it.
What does success look like in ending the war in Ukraine?
There will be no success in ending that war without Ukraine and the UN Charter participating in what that success looks like.
Would you meet with President Vladimir Putin to negotiate a solution to the war in Ukraine?
Not bilaterally without Ukraine, no. Ukraine must have a say in the future of Ukraine.
During the campaign, let's play it.
What does success look like in ending the war in Ukraine?
There will be no success in ending that war without Ukraine and the UN Charter participating in what that success looks like.
Would you meet with President Vladimir Putin to negotiate a solution to the war in Ukraine?
Not bilaterally without Ukraine, no. Ukraine must have a say in the future of Ukraine.
As president, would you support the effort to
Y'all see a
President
stark
Vladimir
difference. It's
Putin
just totally
to
opposite.
negotiate a solution to the war look like in ending the war in Ukraine?
There will be no
What
success
does
in
the
ending
war
that war
look
without
like?
Ukraine.
Remember Kamala Harris's answer when she was asked during the campaign?
Likes up.
Let's play it.
What does success look like in ending the war in Ukraine?
There will be no success in ending that war without Ukraine and the UN Charter participating in what that success looks like.
Would you meet with President Vladimir Putin to negotiate a solution to the war in Ukraine?
Not bilaterally without Ukraine, no. Ukraine must have a say in the future of Ukraine.
As president, would you support the effort to expand NATO to include Ukraine?
Those are all issues that we will deal with if and when it arrives at that point. Right now, we are supporting Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russia's unprovoked aggression. Donald Trump, if he were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. He talks about, oh, he can end it on day one. You know what that is? It's about surrender.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think.
Ooh,
Hit
y'all.
subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Ooh, what y'all think? How did she do? She was on point the whole time. She told us. We didn't, but I did, but folk did not believe her. They did not believe her. They didn't believe him.
Here, play this clip.
Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy.
She was right about everything. Remember this part of the debate? Here, play this clip.
These dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace.
Well, what about when she was asked a very basic question during the campaign? Would you meet with Putin? Especially as Donald Trump is like working with Putin to declare ceasefires over Red Square so that Putin could have his military parade. Remember Kamala Harris's answer when she was asked during the campaign? Let's play it.
What does success look like in ending the war in Ukraine?
There will be no success in ending that war without Ukraine and the UN Charter participating in what that success looks like.
Would you meet with
She would have got a Nobel Peace Prize
to negotiate a solution to the war in Ukraine?
Not bilaterally without Ukraine. No. Ukraine must have a say in the future of Ukraine.
As president, would you support the effort to expand NATO to include Ukraine?
Those are all issues that we will deal with if and when it arrives at that point. Right now, we are supporting Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russia's unprovoked aggression. Donald Trump, if he were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. He talks about, he can end it on day one. You know what that is? It's about surrender.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching. Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos,
they don't
and
want
custom
the
emojis
answers.
by becoming a...
They had another purpose in the plan, baby. And then I think he had a hospital scare today. Hold on. Shout out to you. We should have listened to you. Shout out to you. You knew exactly what you was talking about. Please say, the roof is on fire. She right? Yes, she is. Nope. They fell for the great white hope. Woo, survive. You are not playing, baby. You are telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, ma'am. No lies was told. Not one. Hold up. I think I just saw a backbone. Ooh, you better say that. Huh? Accountability for what they do, DT, and the Republican Party and their supporters and followers. Oh, they don't know nothing about accountability. Hey, Pamela. What? I need for y'all to hit the like button. Right now, it's 154 people in the building. I'm less than an hour, but close to that. And I only have 51 likes. Get the likes up. Double tap the lips of truth, baby, on your phone. Just tap 2 times. It won't charge you. There is no fee. Just tap them lips of truth. Go just like that. And if you are not on your phone listening to the truth, because it will set you free, then there's 3 dots at that top right corner. Can you tap those 3 dots and then go hit the like button? I'm gonna wait because it ain't moved but one. Only one person has touched it. Yeah, so y'all want some more, y'all want some more jazz, I see. I said double tap the face of your phone if that's your listening device of choice. Double tap that. Or hit the three dots at the top. Or you want door number 3? You want option number 3? Get out. Let my numbers drop. See, this is what pisses me off with y'all people. Yeah. So let me show you what I'm gonna do. I said get my lights up. Get my lights up, y'all. Y'all, I'm not moving. I can jam out just like this. I don't care. I need for y'all to get the lights up. I'm not playing with y'all no more. You're going to like. You're going to support my platform, my Cash App. Me just put it down there. You can donate. It needs to go off. Or I need to see my likes go up. The choice is yours. I like the vibe. Yeah. Enjoy the tea and hit the like button. Yeah, enjoy the vibe until my lights get up. I asked you to leave. Ah. We gonna jam out till the lights go up. Please come in hitting the like button. It's free. Also, you can subscribe or donate to help support the platform. Cash App, $ AUNTEAFEE. Thank you, me. Yeah, come on. I need I need some more of y'all to drop off. Cause see, if I just go ahead and come back, they're gonna come back real quick, and the likes ain't gonna go nowhere. Happy Mother's Day to the mothers in the cloud and the mothers in the comment section. I gotta stand for something, to fall for nothing. Yep, please like or leave respectfully. Thank you. Thank you. I've been letting y'all cross my boundary, and it was disturbing my peace. So this right here, right now is peaceful. All y'all need to do is leave. If you contagious to the like button, you can't hit it. If you can't hit it, double tap the face of your phone. If you're listening with your phone, or hit those three dots at the top right corner, go to the like button and tap it. It's just that simple. If not, we gonna jam it out, baby. I can fall asleep right here. Let me put my salt in my socks. Here we go. We gotta go to Meow's. Y'all, they won't even leave. They won't even leave. What we doing? Tell them, Crystal, hitting the like button. Share and subscribe. Okay. Okay. I pushed them out, y'all. I pushed them out. Okay. I had to make them leave. Y'all still with me? Yeah. Can y'all hear me? That's what I need to be asking. Can you hear me? I had to kick them out because they wasn't leaving on their own. The 49 people that's here in the clouds, can y'all hear me? Yes, okay. See how they coming back? See how they easing back, y'all? I just can't with these trifling people. Don't want to hit the like button and they want to hear everything you got to say, huh? Iran has not. What do I have? Let me go here. Boy, I have to exit. Hold on, y'all. I don't know if I like that lady.
I want you to close your eyes for a moment and imagine, and right now what it...
The short answer is that amaretti is the ultimate pastry, savory, and beverage.
It sees as an American president who... Look, folks, I want to tell you something tonight that I have never said publicly before. I am ashamed of what America is doing to Canada. Yes, you heard me right. Not frustrated. Look, folks, I want to tell you something tonight that I have never said publicly before. I am ashamed of what America is doing to Canada. Yes, you heard me right. Not frustrated, not concerned, not worried, ashamed, because I built the foundation of that relationship. I spent 8 years in the Oval Office. Look, folks, I want to tell you something tonight that I have never said publicly before. I am ashamed of what America is doing to Canada. Yes, you heard me right. Not frustrated, not concerned, not worried, ashamed, because I built the foundation of that relationship. I spent...
Did y'all hear him clear his voice? When people be saying, is it a, did y'all hear him clear his throat? Get the lights up, or I'm going to pause and we going to jam out. Did y'all hear him?
Look, folks, I want to tell you something tonight that I have never said publicly before. I am ashamed of what America is doing to Canada. Yes, you heard me right. Not frustrated.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? So when people come in here asking me, is it AI? Do AI clear their throat? I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. Did y'all hear it though? Yeah.
Look, folks, I want to tell you something tonight that I have never said publicly before. I am ashamed of what America is doing to Canada. Yes, you heard me right. Not frustrated, not concerned, not worried, ashamed, because I built the foundation of that relationship. I spent 8 years in the Oval Office deepening the economic partnership between the United States and Canada into something the world had never seen before. $850 billion a year in trade flowing back and forth across that border. The most integrated, most mutually beneficial, most genuinely friendly economic relationship between any two nations on the face of the earth. I was proud of that. I am still proud of it. And what is happening to it right now, what is being done to it deliberately and with apparent satisfaction, is something that will take a generation to repair, if it can be repaired at all. Let me tell you about a moment that stopped me cold this week. The United States Deputy Trade Representative, a senior official of the American government, stood at an event organized by the Council on Foreign Relations and said the following about Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada. He said, and I am quoting him directly, There is not a grown-up in Canada in charge. Mark Carney, a man who served as governor of the Bank of Canada, then governor of the Bank of England, one of the most respected macroeconomists on the planet, a man who was called upon by two countries to stabilize their economies in times of crisis, a man who has forgotten more about trade and finance than most people in Washington will ever know. Not a grown-up. Now here is what makes that statement not just offensive, but genuinely stunning. In the same week that American official was calling Carney not a grown-up, Canada's economy was outgrowing America's. Canada's deficit came in smaller than projected. Canada's non-American exports were up 17% year over year. And 8 out of 10 Canadians were supporting a boycott of American goods. The insult landed. And then the economy proved it wrong in real time. Tonight, I want to walk you through exactly what is happening between the United States and Canada, why it is far more serious than most Americans understand, and what it means for the country I spent my life serving. Because I do not think the full picture is getting through. And the full picture, when you see it clearly, should alarm every American regardless of which party they belong to. Let me start with some history, because I think context here is everything, and I have some personal stake in getting it right. In 1993, when I came into office, NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, was already on the table. It had been negotiated by President George H.W. Bush. My job was to decide whether to push it through or walk away. There were plenty of people in my own party telling me to walk away. Labor unions were opposed. Some of my closest political allies thought it was a political mistake. I pushed it through anyway, because I believed then, and I believe now, that economic integration with Canada and Mexico was not just good trade policy. It was the foundation of a stable, prosperous, secure North America for generations to come. That agreement eventually became USMCA during Trump's first term. He renegotiated it, made some changes, called it the greatest trade deal in history, and signed it. Fine. The core architecture, the integrated supply chains, the free movement of goods across that border, the deep economic partnership, that was still there, still functioning, still producing enormous benefits for American workers, American farmers, American consumers. Now that agreement is up for its mandatory joint review. The deadline is July 1st of this year. And instead of a routine technical exercise confirming what every economist agrees is a mutually beneficial arrangement, we have a trade war, tariffs, threats, retaliatory measures, and a senior American official publicly humiliating the Canadian Prime Minister at a Washington think tank. This is not how you treat your largest trading partner. This is not how you treat your closest ally. And it is certainly not how you protect American jobs, American supply chains, or American consumers. Now let me give you the facts, because the facts here are more damaging to the American position than most people realize. Canada is not some minor economic partner that America can afford to push around. Canada buys more from American businesses than the United Kingdom, France, China, and Japan combined. Let me say that again so it lands properly. More than the UK, more than France, more than China, more than Japan combined. The total value of goods and services traded between our two countries in a single year is nearly $1 trillion. Our energy systems are integrated. Our automotive supply chains are integrated. The car you drive almost certainly contains parts that crossed the US-Canada border multiple times before it was assembled. The natural gas heating your home this winter very likely came from Canada. The oil refined in Midwest refineries overwhelmingly comes from Canadian fields. This is not a transactional relationship, it is a structural one. These are not just trade flows. They are supply chains that took 30 years to build and that cannot be rebuilt quickly or cheaply if they are disrupted. And yet, tariffs went on. Steel and aluminum tariffs, auto tariffs, lumber tariffs. At their peak, more than 70% of total U.S. imports from Canada were facing new duties. The Supreme Court eventually struck down some of the emergency tariffs, But the damage to the relationship, the damage to the trust, the damage to the sense of North American partnership that took generations to build, that damage was already done. And Canada noticed. Canada responded. And Canada is now doing something that should genuinely concern every American who pays attention to where this country is headed.
Y'all hit the like button. I'm gonna shut it down.
Not permanently, not in some dramatic way that will make the front page in a single day.
Hit the like button. The quicker we hit the like button, it's 246 people in here. The quicker y'all tap the like button to get the tea, to get some truth, to get some better understanding, the quicker we can hear it. It's on your watch. Or you can send a cash app, double tap, AUNTEAFEE. The choice is yours. Yeah. Only 32 people done voted. Y'all just ain't participating at all. What y'all on? What we doing? Y'all rather just listen to Diaper Don lie, mislead, misguide, instead of hearing some truthfulness about what's going on. Y'all hate the fact that Kamala Harris was spot on. Yeah, now he trying to tell her what's going on. And y'all don't want to support the platform. Respectfully, if you return without a like, please piss off. Respectfully. She said, piss off. Joe. She said, if you return without hitting the like button, pee on yourself. Respectfully. Yeah. And don't have it splashing all over the place either. Woo, I love it. And thank you. Thank you very much. And clean up after yourself. All we asked you to do was hit the like button to show some support or send a cash app, and you can't do that right. So yeah, piss off and clean up your mess. Yo, you don't have good home training. Yeah, you just want the tea, the good tea for free. No like, no nothing. Oh, okay, I got news for you. This time you ain't gonna even get no jazz. Oh, please and thank you. Who got kidnapped? Oh, wow. Y'all can't even hear what's in my ear until my lights is up. Robert Maxwell. So you know, so you know them personally. But Nunu was betrayed by Robert Maxwell. Oh, wow. But Nunu. money trap. Oh. And put a message. Oh, wow. Wow.
But
Now I'm sleepy.
strategically, methodically, and with the partnership that took generations to build, at their peak, more than 70% of total U.S. imports from Canada were facing new duties. The Supreme Court eventually struck down some of the emergency tariffs, but the damage to the relationship, the damage to the trust, the damage to the sense of North American partnership that took generations to build, that damage was already done. And Canada noticed. Canada responded. And Canada is now doing something that should genuinely concern every American who pays attention to where this country is headed. Canada is leaving, not literally, not permanently, not in some dramatic way that will make the front page in a single day, but strategically, methodically, and with the kind of disciplined patience that only a country led by a former central banker could execute. Canada is building a future that depends less and less on the United States. Let me give you the specific numbers because they are remarkable. Canada's exports to non-American economies were up 17% year over year as of January 2026. At the same time, exports to the United States fell 10%. That is not a coincidence. That is a strategy. The Canadian federal budget now has an explicit goal of doubling non-American exports by 2035. The government is investing in new infrastructure to make that possible. New pipelines, new port capacity, new trade corridors. And here is the one that stopped me cold when I read it. In April of this year, Canada exported more seaborne crude oil to China than to the United States for the first time ever. Canada, the country that has been America's most reliable energy partner for decades, exported more oil to China than to us in a single month. Think about what that means. America is facing stubbornly high energy prices. The Iran war has disrupted global oil markets. The Strait of Hormuz has been functionally closed for months. American consumers are paying more at the pump every single week. And our response to all of that has been to push our most reliable energy supplier toward China, toward the country we are supposed to be competing with for global influence and economic advantage. Meanwhile, Canadian tourism to the United States is down 25% year over year.
Hey, Richard.
Cities that depend on Canadian visitors are feeling it. Hotels, restaurants, shops near the border. The people losing that business are not trade negotiators or government officials. They are American workers, and they are paying the price for a trade war their government picked with their best customer. Now I want to talk about the USMCA review because I think this is the most important piece of the story and the one that is getting the least attention. The review deadline is July 1st. That is 7 weeks from now. And the United States is currently conducting its negotiations with Mexico on a bilateral basis while leaving Canada to the side. The deputy U.S. Trade Representative said explicitly that Mexico has a grown-up in leadership. Canada does not. So the United States is moving forward with Mexico and treating Canada as a problem to be managed rather than a partner to be engaged. Let me explain why that approach is going to backfire. And I say this not as a partisan critic, but as someone who has actually negotiated major trade agreements and understands how these things work. USMCA is not a collection of separate bilateral deals. It is a trilateral agreement. The supply chains it governs cross all three borders. The automotive industry alone involves parts moving back and forth between the United States, Canada, and Mexico in ways that cannot be cleanly separated. If you try to negotiate a deal with Mexico that disadvantages Canada, you create trade distortions that ripple through supply chains that run through all three countries. The economists who have looked at this cannot rule out the possibility that the whole agreement implodes. And if it does, the costs land on American consumers. Foreign automakers have already warned the Trump administration that they may pull their most affordable models from the U.S. market if USMCA is not renewed. The cheapest cars gone. Because of a trade negotiation gone wrong with the country that has been our closest partner for a century. And now here is where Mark Carney re-enters this story, because I think he is one of the most consequential figures in global economics right now. And I think the American media is significantly underestimating what he is building. Carney has been saying since Davos in January that what the world is experiencing is not a transition but a rupture. He has been saying that the rules-based order that America built is fading. And he has been saying that Canada's response to this rupture is not panic, not retaliation for its own sake, but strategic repositioning. He told the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation recently that a lot of countries rushed into trade deals with the United States, and those deals were not really worth the paper they were written on. That is a devastating line from the Prime Minister of America's closest ally. And he did not say it in anger. He said it calmly, analytically, the way a former central banker assesses a credit risk and adjusts their portfolio accordingly. Canada has signed 20 new economic and defense partnerships in the past year. It has joined the European Union's defense initiative, the first non-European country to do so. It attended the European Political Community Summit in Yerevan as the only non-European nation present. It announced the largest order of Canadian-produced commercial aircraft in history, a deal with Air Asia for 150 planes assembled in Quebec. It is pitching itself to global investors as the stable, rule-of-law alternative for capital that is getting nervous about the United States. And those investors are listening. The diversification is working. While the United States faces K-shaped economic growth, where the wealthy are doing well and working families are falling behind, Canada's economy is growing. Its deficit is smaller than projected. Its exports are rising to markets outside America. I built NAFTA because I believe North American economic integration made both countries stronger. What I am watching now is that integration slowly, deliberately, strategically being unwound, not by Canada, by us. And here's the thing that should keep every American up at night. We are not just losing a trade relationship. We are losing something much harder to quantify and much harder to rebuild. We are losing Canadian trust. 8 out of 10 Canadians currently support boycotting American goods and avoiding travel to the United States. 8 out of 10. That is not a fringe sentiment. That is a national consensus. Canadians returning from the United States fell 25% in 2025. Boycotts of American liquor, Buy Canada procurement policies at every level of government. A new wave of Canadian nationalism that is explicitly defined by its distance from the United States. I have spent my career believing that the relationship between Canada and America was one of the great natural friendships in history. Shared values, shared history, shared geography, a border that was the envy of the world for its openness and its trust. That border has not closed.
God bless. Have a good morning.
But the warmth behind it has cooled in a way that I have never seen in my lifetime. And warmth, once it cools, does not return automatically when the politics change. It has to be rebuilt, relationship by relationship, trust by trust, year by year. So where does this lead? Let me give you 3 possible roads, because I think honesty demands it. The first road is a USMCA renewal that works. The 3 parties find enough common ground before July 1st to extend the agreement and stabilize the relationship. Canada gets enough assurance that it pulls back from the most aggressive elements of its diversification strategy. The relationship stabilizes, not where it was, but functional. This is possible. But it requires Washington to treat Carney as the grown-up he actually is, sit down seriously, and negotiate in good faith. Every week that passes without that makes this harder. The second road is a slow separation. USMCA is extended in name but hollowed out in practice. Canada continues building its alternative trade architecture. The percentage of Canadian exports going to the United States falls from 70% to 60% to 50% over the next decade. American supply chains gradually restructure around the reality that Canada is no longer a reliable partner. The cost of that restructuring, higher prices, lost jobs, disrupted industries, land on American workers and American consumers, not all at once, slowly. The way a slow leak drains a tire, you do not notice until you are already on the side of the road. The third road is the one I fear most. USMCA collapses before July 1st. No deal. The legal framework governing nearly $1 trillion a year in trade simply ceases to exist. Tariffs revert to pre-agreement levels, supply chains seize up, auto plants on both sides of the border face shutdowns because the parts they need are now subject to duties that make the economics impossible. Oil and gas flows are disrupted, consumer prices spike, and the political consequences in both countries are severe and unpredictable. I do not believe that outcome is likely. I believe it is possible. And the fact that it is possible that we are 7 weeks from a deadline and the two sides are not meaningfully talking is itself a measure of how badly this relationship has been managed. Let me close tonight by telling you what I think this really means. Not for trade policy, for America. We are in a moment when the network of relationships, alliances, and agreements that America built across 70 years of leadership is being tested.
Hey, Belinda.
Some of those relationships are with adversaries, some with competitors, and some with friends, our closest friends. The kind of friends who, when the towers fell on September 11th, sent their soldiers to fight beside ours without hesitation. The kind of friends whose border with ours has been the most peaceful, the most open, the most mutually respectful boundary between any two nations in history. That friend is now sending its oil to China, boycotting our goods, building trade relationships that root around us, and the official response of the United States government has been to call their leader not a grown-up. I know something about what it takes to build a relationship like the one we had with Canada. It takes time. It takes consistency. It takes the willingness to see your neighbor's interests as connected to your own, not as competition to be defeated. What I am watching right now is the careless destruction of something that took 30 years to build. Not with malice, I do not think, but with indifference, with the assumption that Canada will always be there, that the relationship is so fundamental it does not need to be tended, that you can use a partner as a punching bag and they will keep showing up. Canada is showing us that assumption is wrong. And the sooner Washington understands that, the better chance we have of saving something worth saving. I built NAFTA because I believed North America's future was better together than apart. I still believe that. But believing it is not enough. You have to act like it. You have to govern like it. You have to treat the people across that border like the friends and partners they have always been. We can get this right. We have gotten things right before when we needed to. America has that capacity, but we need to start. We need to start now. And we need to stop calling grown-ups children before they stop answering the phone.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject.
Lights up, please. Let me see some. Okay, we're not. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you. Thank you. To all the mothers, I say thank you. Thank you. I need to get y'all to hit the like button. Let me see.
I was living in London, and often in Leicester Square, at the very time that Mordechai Vanunu, the brave Jewish whistleblower, Israeli citizen, came to London. I was living in London, and often in Leicester Square, at the very time that I was living in London, and often in Leicester Square, at the very time that Mordechai Vanunu, the brave Jewish whistleblower, Israeli citizen, came to London to tell the world about the secret and illegal acquisition by Israel of hundreds of nuclear warheads. And I became involved in it because of my long war with Robert Maxwell, which ended in triumph for me and in the drink for him, the father, of course, of Ghislaine Maxwell, because I was the person who alleged in Parliament that Vanunu was betrayed by Robert Maxwell, who pretended that the Mirror Group newspapers were going to reveal the story that Vanunu had brought from Dimona itself. He was working as a nuclear technician in Dimona and brought the drawings and the photographs and all the evidence of Israel's secret and deadly nuclear weapons fleet. And he approached, very foolishly, Robert Maxwell's Mirror Group of newspapers. And Maxwell pretended that he was interested in the story, only to then betray Vanunu to a Mossad agent called Cindy in Leicester Square at a fun fair there, a honey trap. Cindy promised Vanunu a good time if only she'd come back to her digs. He'd come back to her digs with her, which he did, and was then kidnapped, trussed up, drugged, secretly flown out of Britain as baggage, and thence to Rome, and thence to Israel, and then into a courtroom with his jaws wired up like Hannibal Lecter so that he couldn't say anything in the court.
Wow.
Further expose this illegal nuclear weapons fleet that Israel held.
Oh, wow.
In Leicester Square, at a fun fair there, a honey trap. Cindy promised Vanunu, and often in Leicester Square, at the very time that Mordechai Vanunu, the brave Jewish whistleblower, Israeli citizen, came to London to tell the world about the secret and illegal acquisition by Israel of hundreds of nuclear warheads. And I became involved in it because of my long war with Robert Maxwell, which ended in triumph for me and in the drink for him, the father, of course, of Ghislaine Maxwell, because I was the person who alleged in Parliament that Vanunu was betrayed in the drink for him, the father, of course, of Ghislaine Maxwell, because I was the person who alleged in Parliament nuclear warheads. And I became involved in it because of my long war with Robert Maxwell, which ended in triumph for me and in the drink for him, the father, of course, of Ghislaine Maxwell, because I was the person who alleged in Parliament that Vanunu was betrayed by Robert Maxwell, who pretended that the Mirror Group newspapers were going to reveal the story that Vanunu had brought from Dimona itself. He was working as a nuclear technician in Dimona and brought the drawings and the photographs and all the evidence of Israel's secret and deadly nuclear weapons fleet. And he approached, very foolishly, Robert Maxwell's Mirror Group of newspapers. And Maxwell pretended that he was interested in the story, only to then betray Vanunu to a Mossad agent called Cindy in Leicester Square at a fun fair there, a honey trap. Cindy promised Vanunu a good time if only she'd come back to her digs. He'd come back to her digs with her, which he did, and was then kidnapped, trussed up, drugged, secretly flown out of Britain as baggage, and thence to Rome, and thence to Israel, and then into a courtroom with his jaws wired up like Hannibal Lecter so that he couldn't say anything in the court that would further expose this illegal nuclear weapons fleet that Israel held.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, and the cameras will be
Let's head
allowed
out to Utah right now, where the hearing
into
involving Tyler Robinson is ongoing. Let's head out to that live
Tyler
from
Robinson.
Fox.
request. Defendant's request for a categorical finding that the presumption of electronic media coverage has been overcome is respectfully denied. The court must make the appropriate findings on a request-by-request basis. Unless otherwise ordered by the court, Rule 4-401.013A requires news reporters to file an electronic media request at least 1 business day before the court proceeding. 1 business day is insufficient time for the parties to object to electronic media coverage or for the court to weigh the appropriate factors and issue a decision.
Tyler Robinson,
Therefore, the
Charlie
court enters
Kurtz.
the following. This is the standing order on electronic media coverage. News reporters are required to file requests for electronic media coverage of court proceedings at least 14 days before the scheduled proceeding. The request must be consistent with all other provisions of Rule 4-401.01. Any request that is filed later than 14 days before the proceeding may be summarily denied. All requests will be filed in the docket. If a party seeks to suspend or restrict electronic media coverage of a court proceeding, the party must file a motion under Rule 4-401.01 no later than 10 days before the proceeding. The motion must address the particular circumstances of the proceeding and be no more than 4 pages in length. The opposing party may respond to the motion no later than 5 days before the proceeding. The response is limited to no more than 4 pages in length. Any reply must be filed no later than 3 days before the hearing. The reply is limited to 3 pages in length. No oral argument on the motion will be held. The court will issue an order before the proceeding, and if the request is denied, issue particularized findings denying the request. The evidence presented at the April 17, 2026 hearing and all arguments already in the record are preserved. This is the order of the court. This concludes the reading of the second ruling of this court. All right, counsel, what I want to turn to next is addressing the outstanding motions. As we are vacating the preliminary hearing, which is set for, I believe it's May 18th, the week of May 18th, that frees up time to address outstanding motions. And the court wishes to make best use of the time as we were previously scheduled to be there. So I'll turn to the parties to hear from you in determining if the parties will be prepared to address the motions that are outstanding. Turning to a defense.
Your Honor, I believe, are you talking about the ones that have been fully briefed at this point?
That's correct, or anticipated to be fully briefed before that week begins.
Yes, Your Honor, we can be prepared to do that.
All right, and to be clear, do you want to put on the record the motions that you wish to address at that hearing?
Tyler Robinson trial will be public.
And we know how we're proceeding.
Give me just a minute, Your Honor, and I'll pull them up. I know one of them is the motion for the order to show cause and compel discovery. I know that one is pending right now. Just 1 minute, let me pull them up.
What if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the drums.
Yeah, I need for y'all to hit the like button. Get on my nerves with this.
Kathy, while you're doing that, Your Honor, I show 3 outstanding motions. The one is the motion for an order to show cause and contempt. That is fully briefed. I believe that's ready to be argued. Actually, I think that's a notice to submit without argument is how it's been submitted. The second is motion to close the preliminary hearing and seal exhibits. That was filed May 1st. We intend to use the full 2 weeks to respond. If the defense intends to reply, the reply will be, I believe, the 21st, which will be the day before the current preliminary hearing dates end. So I don't know if they intend to waive that reply time and argue it at that time or not. And then the final one is the recent motion the defense filed to find the use of hearsay at the preliminary hearing unconstitutional. We intend to use the full 2 weeks to respond to that. It also hasn't been served on the Attorney General's office, so that one will not be ready by the time of our preliminary hearing dates. We're going to have to find another date for that. We've also objected to the motion to close the prelim and SIL exhibits because our objection is that it's not specific enough. We don't know which exhibits that is. So that issue needs to be resolved too before it can actually, from our view, be argued and decided upon.
All right, thank you, Mr. McBride. Turning to Ms. Nestor.
I do think we were waiting on their supplemental exhibit and witness list, which we have received. I don't know if they're still going to update it again, but that's one of the things we were waiting on before we identified which matters needed to be sealed in the preliminary hearing. So I know we could perhaps get together and talk with the prosecution about whether they anticipate adding any additional exhibits. And then we can probably specify which exhibits we think, but we have to leave it open because we didn't have their final exhibit list until within the last, I think, 2 days. We would be prepared to argue the motion to show cause and the motion to close the preliminary hearing. I do believe we either have, and I would defer to Ms. Visser, I believe we either have served the Attorney General or we are just about to serve the Attorney General, but I do anticipate that one might not be ready to argue by the week of the 18th. That one probably, I would agree, may need an extra date, but it would need to be heard prior to the preliminary hearing because it deals with whether some of the 1102s can be presented at the preliminary hearing.
All right, so my understanding is it sounds like the parties will be ready for defendant's motion in limine to close portions of the prelim. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and we can supplement with specific exhibits now that we have their final exhibit list, I believe. I'll talk with the prosecution and our team, but I believe we can supplement that.
All right.
Chad Grunetter, I'll add on to that. If it is supplemented, Ms. Nestor, it would probably need to be done rather quickly as the preliminary hearing dates or the previous dates are a week from Monday. And we would like the time to brief that and be on appropriate notice. I would imagine the media would have similar concerns, but so Judge Graff, I'm not entirely sure if we'll be prepared to argue that motion on the dates that are open for Your Honor, but we can work towards that.
And may I add, Your Honor, this is Jeff Gray.
Yes, Mr. Gray.
Notice to the Attorney General's office, they may choose or may not choose to respond. They're not required. They're required the particular notice, and we'll be talking with them. If they're satisfied with our response, they may choose to stay out of this at this point, but we still need to consult with them.
I also, Your Honor, just want to make clear, we don't necessarily, we serve the Attorney General out of an abundance of caution, but we do think since it involves a rule of procedure, it may not really be required to serve the Attorney General under the statute, but we did it just out of an abundance of caution. So I don't want to make it look like we're conceding that notice is required, although we are doing it.
I see.
Certainly our position is that it is required.
All right. Well, I appreciate the parties sharing their views. Well, let's go ahead and tentatively address the motion to close the preliminary hearing, and we'll address that. How does May 19th at 10 a.m. look for the parties?
Your Honor, the defense was planning on being available the whole week for the preliminary hearing, so I feel fairly confident that my team is going to be available on that day.
All right, to the state.
Well, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead and start at 9 a.m. on that day. And just to set the expectations, we'll plan on a 3-hour hearing, so from 9 to 12. And so I would ask that that you're fully prepared to go forward at 9 a.m. And to Ms. Nestor and your team, is it your request that Mr. Robinson be present physically in court?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right.
Your Honor, this is Jeff Hunt. The media will want to be heard on that motion. I believe Mr. Judd is online, and he will be taking the lead on that. I'm not sure of his availability that day.
All right.
Okay, y'all not participating. Y'all not talking. Y'all not hitting the like button. Y'all not supporting the platform. What we doing?
I am here, and yes, I'll make myself available that day. I did, without
Lights
taking any
up.
more of the court's time than is necessary.
Get out.
Wanted to talk about one small detail. I appreciate the court's ruling saying that under the new order being entered today, a request to cover a hearing would need to be submitted 14 days in advance. That would only create problems, I think, with the one we're talking about today.
Right.
I wonder about a request to do that. If the media were to submit that as soon as they could get their ducks in a row collectively, would that be enough for the court in this case?
Yes, and I recognized when I was drafting the ruling that the one conflicting date would be this upcoming one. So I would request that the parties file, to be fair, until there's a request from the media to cover it, that wouldn't even come into play. Theoretically, if they choose not to file that becomes moot. And so for this hearing only, as soon as that's filed, please file anything that you wish to be considered as soon as possible to allow the other sides to reply. So please don't wait till the day before. If it's filed, I would say within 48 hours of the filing of media, the request for electronic media coverage, within 48 hours, parties who wish to file, please do so. Thank you, Mr. Judd. I appreciate you addressing that. The court's obviously going to be flexible about that issue, given the short turnaround.
Thank you.
Judge Michael Bird for Mr. Robinson. Could I raise one issue concerning the court's order on the procedure going forward? Is the court requiring that we be notified of the requests, or do we have to get that from the docket? Given the short amount of time that we'll have to respond, I'm wondering if the court would consider ordering, if it hasn't already done so, that we be provided notice of any requests when it's filed.
Well, wouldn't you be receiving, do you receive notice when the request is filed on the docket?
Only when it's issued by the court, Your Honor. We don't receive notice of the requests.
I see. Well, let's see here. That is a good question, Mr. Burt. I appreciate you asking that. Let me just take a look at what options we may have to address. Well, on the onset, we have the deadline. I mean, given the deadline set by the court. There's a timeline in place, and so I would ask the parties to be cognizant and take a look at the docket on the date when that deadline is approaching. So for now, please refer to the docket. If this becomes an issue, please let the court know. But I would ask the parties to be diligent as you have been in the past. And when you see that hit the docket, if you wish to file, you certainly can.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Ms. Nestor. I do have one more clarification. So the motion of the order to show cause, can we not just argue that the same day that we argue, just because of the travel and expense to the county? I'd like to try to do that at the same time. We We did file a notice to submit, but we've not waived argument on that.
Let's see here. I wanted to pull up that motion briefly. There's a few things on the docket, so it takes just a little bit to get there.
Okay, I'm finna move on, because I'm finna get ready to go to sleep. My lights ain't up. So we know it's going to be televised. It's a couple of things I need to get out the way.
Don't.
Nope, they can't hear that. They refuse to hit the like button for TV. Get them up, y'all. Oh, yeah, where is that? Baby, will you look at that? What in the world is this? Will you look at that? Baby, what is this? Right there. Woo! What is going on with that mouth of yours? Baby. What? They said that was that. Oh. Oh, look at his hand. So when they be talking about them little hands, they are little. Is this the reptilian one? Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. RTP. Okay. And then earlier today, I didn't know if it was real or not. Let me get to he was doing some, did he go to the hospital? Did he? Because they were saying he was coming. Hold on, let me find it, Lord. Oh, excuse me. Y'all get the likes up before I find this gooble. The Thanksgiving neck. See, I didn't know if this was real, but he got that red tie on. He was leaving Walter Reed. See, y'all see that? I don't want to take it down because I don't want y'all to read all that other stuff. But y'all do see two guys is walking him out, right? So then when I come, he didn't know where he was, y'all. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know where he was.
If you do 25 leg raises a day, your apron belly will go bye-bye. If you do 25 leg presses a day, your peach will get nice and...
He like goes.
Get my likes up. Double tap. 2 hours and 14 minutes in. Y'all know B ain't gonna get him. Y'all already know B ain't gonna get it. So when I saw that early this morning, I sent it to myself, just in case. And then I see this.
It's not looking good, Donald. How much longer is this
I'm
going
finna show
to
you.
even last? We saw Donald Trump getting off of Marine One earlier in the week. He cannot walk in a straight line, and we've seen
Where he
this.
going?
It just keeps on getting worse. Remember
What is that? What he
last
doing with his
August when Donald
hand?
Trump met with Putin?
What is he doing with his
Earlier
hand?
in the
Ain't
week,
nobody there.
he cannot walk in a straight line, and
To
we've
the left.
seen
To the,
this. It
why he
just
swinging
keeps
his
on getting
hands
worse.
around in a circle?
Remember, walk in a straight line,
Swing.
and we've seen this. It just keeps on getting worse. Remember last August when Donald Trump met with Putin?
Yeah,
Same
what was
thing.
that?
In a straight line, and we've seen this. It just keeps on getting worse. Remember last August
Did
when
he
Donald
wave and
Trump
say
met
no?
with Putin earlier in the week? He cannot walk in a straight line, and we've seen this. It just keeps on getting worse. Remember last August
He
when
raised his
Donald
hand
Trump
up.
met with Putin? Same thing. Can't walk, and we've seen this. It just keeps on getting worse. Remember last August when Donald Trump met with Putin? Same thing. Can't walk in a straight line. Go back, show Marine One. Can't walk in a straight line. Back to the meeting with Putin on the red carpet. Can't walk in a straight line. I'll show you when Donald Trump was recently with the Prime Minister of Japan, Takaishi. Can't walk in a straight line. Then yesterday, couldn't walk in a straight line when he was walking away from the press, going to again to Marine One. He's all over the place, left, right, left, right. I mean, his hands this week all blotched up with makeup. I mean, when you actually looked at it, I mean, there's like, looks like a gallon of makeup on his hand. He had that weird appearance with the little kids where he was.
Oh, I know that
When you
shit
actually looked at it, I mean, there's like again to Marine One. He's all over the place, left, right, left, right. I mean, his hands this week all blotched up with makeup. I mean, when you actually looked at it, I mean, there's like, looks like a gallon of makeup on his hand. He had that weird appearance with the little kids where he was talking to the kids. I stopped 8 wars. Barack Hussein Obama, you know, and saying the most inappropriate thing to these children. And then he went out and he made the little kids watch him putt golf balls, and he missed everyone in his hands. I don't know if you saw. His hands looked like shaky. You know the Larry David episode where the surgeon's hands were shaky? Anyway, Donald Trump couldn't hit a basic putt. All the guy does is golf. He couldn't hit a basic putt. So the guy can't walk straight. He couldn't hit a basic putt. He can't say words. He's not speaking in sentences. He had his motorcade go through the reflecting pool, literally drive into the reflecting pool. He drained the reflecting pool and then had his motorcade drive through it, and then started calling the female reporters bitch. Did you see that? Where he bitch to the reporter because she said, "Why are you doing this reflecting pool stuff in ballrooms when gas prices are surging? Like, what kind of message?" And then he like goes, "Bitch." What? I mean, again, this is part of that disinhibition. You know how Donald Trump would yell at the female reporters and go, you piggy, you're disgusting piggy. And then now he's saying, you know, bitch. I mean, what are we even watching right now? I mean, he was trying to say the word cartel, and he said cartels. Here, play this clip.
And nobody else, the cartels, they just rule it. And, we lose.
You know, again, the disinhibition, like he just say the word cartel, and he said cartels. Here, play this clip.
And nobody else, the cartels, they just rule it. And, we lose.
You know, again, the disinhibition, like he just can't say words, and when he says the words, he gets so angry that he calls the word stupid. So he's talking about the border, and he's like, I call the border a stupid border. You're a stupid border, stupid head. What? Here, play this clip.
Open borders, I call them stupid borders, not open. I call them stupid borders. By stupid.
Play this clip.
Open borders, I call them stupid borders, not open. I call them stupid borders. By stupid people that put them there. And the migrant criminals that let
The borders are
they let them
stupid.
pour into our country
Here's the moment where he
He calls them
said
stupid
bitch to
borders.
Rachel.
by stupid people that put them there. And the migrant criminals that let them pour into our country.
Here's the moment where he said bitch to Rachel.
I thought he
Scott, who's a
wanted
good
borders.
reporter.
I thought he wanted
Open borders. I call them stupid borders, not open. I call them stupid borders by stupid people that put them there. And the migrant criminals that let them pour into our country.
You
Here's
in the
the moment
country?
where he said bitch to Rachel Scott, who's a good
Wow.
reporter. I mean, and again, this is like, this is what he does to female reporters. Piggy bitch. I mean, what are we watching? Here, play this clip.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. This way. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
It's not like a vitamin where you take it and you think
Y'all,
it's working
I
and
am
you pop and take on
outdone.
and you feel it right off the bat because it.
And then, in one of the signs of kind of the
I
ultimate
didn't see him call
projection.
her a bitch.
Press. This way. Thank
Does to female reporters. Piggy bitch. I mean, what are we watching? Here, play this
I'm trying to
clip.
catch it.
you, press. Thank
Did you call that woman a itch? Did you mouth to her that she was a itch? You just didn't have no home training. Yeah, they didn't tie that ass up.
you, press. This way. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
And then, in one of the signs of kind of the ultimate projection and confession, Donald Trump said, we made a deal with Iran, but they keep on forgetting about the deal. He goes, the big problem here is we do the deal, then they forget. No, you forget because, in my opinion, you have the same signs that your dad had.
Yeah.
When he had Alzheimer's. Again, I'm giving you my first opinion speech.
My opinion
That's a
too.
disclaimer as protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. This is opinion, okay? So my opinion is he's got what his dad has. But this is what he says about Iran. Let's play it.
Has Iran officially responded to the one-page offer?
Well, it's more than a one-page offer. It's an offer that's basically said they will not have nuclear weapons. They're going to hand us the nuclear dust and many other things that we want. Yeah, they agree. But when they agree, it doesn't mean much because the next day they forgot they agreed.
Just so you can see the broader attack on Rachel Scott, here, play this clip.
The backdrop of war in Iran. Why focus on all these projects right now?
You know why? Because I want to keep our country beautiful and safe. That's such a stupid question that you ask. We're fixing up the reflecting pond to the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and you say, why are you fixing it up? Because you can understand dirt maybe better than I can, but I don't allow it. This is one of the worst reporters. She's with ABC Fake News, and she's a horror show.
And then California Governor Newsom appropriately posted the following. Little D, that's what he calls Donald Trump, little D's brains declining rapidly in real time. Today he was confused by the difference between the word C and C, like a SeaWorld. Very sad. His handlers are terrified and desperately trying to hide it from the public. The American people deserve the truth. That is why I hereby challenge Grandpa to a live cognitive test on national television. Fox News can host Sean Slumpy Ratings. Hannity would be perfect. I'll even let him get little D 3 lifelines. Prime time, no teleprompter, no notes. Person, man, camera, TV, squirrel, elephant, giraffe. Let's see who passes. Governor GCN. And then Newsom writes, little D has not been seen by the press ever since I challenged him to a cognitive test on live television. Not good. Here's where Donald Trump was talking about the word sea. And he's like, some people confuse like the sea where boats and ships are with sea like eyes. Here, play this clip.
Like it, but the numbers the numbers speak for themselves. If you really get down, you see drug traffic coming into our country is way down, and by sea, by ocean, by the water, a lot of people say, what do you mean by C? Is it C like vision? No, it's the SEA, but it's down 97%.
And then Donald Trump, as he was talking to reporters on the White House lawn, he's asked a question that has nothing to do with South Korea, and Trump responds, I love South Korea. Okay, you love South Korea? What? Here, play this clip.
South Korea, you said that South Korean ship was attacked by Iran, but Iran denied it. Do you share with
I love South Korea.
Then Donald Trump talks to these UFC fighters, and because he did a press conference to talk about this UFC fight that he wants to have in the White House, or it's happening on June 15th. And so these fighters are like, everybody thought we're animals. Nobody believed in us. They thought we're animals. And then Trump's like, well, they were right. You are animals. Here, play this clip.
How big of a part you were to the UFC coming on and becoming mainstream in the early 90s when nobody would let us and nobody believed in us and they thought we were just absolute animals. And you gave us a chance to fight in your property. Well, they're right about that. Well, yeah. In somewhat way. We just, it's truly an honor. It's awesome. It's your birthday. Awesome. It's Flag Day. Wonderful to represent this country. These guys aren't from this country, but I'm sure it's an honor for them as well. But I think we'd be 10 years behind if it wasn't for you. And so thank you for that. Well, Justin, it's great being with you.
And here's Donald Trump, like ranting and raving to the children about ending 8 wars. Let's play it.
We just set every record in the book. The economy is going great. I ended 8 wars. Nobody else ever ended a war. And the person that won the Nobel Prize, Maria, she's a good person. She said, I don't deserve this. This deserves to President Trump. There's never been a man that deserves a Nobel. He ended 8 wars, including India, Pakistan, which would have been a nuclear war. 8 of them.
And this is what he says about Barack Obama in front of the little children. Here, play this clip.
Each other in the presidential fitness test, but others. And then we had the Obama administration. Wonderful, wonderful person. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? We had the Obama administration, which phased out this wonderful tradition of physical fitness. Thank you, Barack, very much. Great job. And
then he says that our gas prices are way down when the gas prices are not way down. Again, what in the world is going on with this guy? Here, let's play this clip.
These are Brex bulbs, and their story starts here. This is Holland, where the bulbs were grown by
Are you considering maybe going back to that now that gas prices are
no, gas prices have come down today. Have you looked? They've come down very substantially today. The gas prices, you know what's happened today? Gas prices are way down and the stock market is way up today. So gas prices have come down, and I saw today that they broke negatively. In other words, to our positive position, they broke our way very substantially.
And then he starts talking to these workers, and he tells these workers, like, hey, do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? Why are you talking to workers about that? Here, play this clip.
So they're doing the job, they're working hard. And does anybody think Iran should have a nuclear weapon so they can blow you up? No. It's a very important thing that we're doing, right? And oil is coming down, and the stock market today just hit an all-time high. I was reading about doom and gloom. We had to do what we did. We took a little U-turn. We just hit the highest number in the history of our country.
Here he is holding the UFC stadium or whatever is going to be in front of the White House. Where there's only going to be 4,300 people there, and they're all going to be comped members of the military. It's free. He's going to use the military as props. That's what he's doing here. Play this clip.
A lot of people haven't seen this yet. I'll give you that. I think you'll probably be able to do okay with it. Wow. The media's going to go crazy. Not bad, right? Championship belt.
And then you can just see how uncomfortable the children are around him. I'll just show you this. Let's play it.
Absolutely.
He's getting to 7,000 on the S&P. We did that by the end of the first year, all before the end of the first year, Gary. So think of that. They said we couldn't do
like they really care.
Do it in 4 years, and we did it at the end of the first year. And then, you ever have this? And then I called all my people and I said, we just set every record in the book. The economy's going great.
And finally, there was this bizarre moment. Let's play it.
How about you? What sport do you play?
I play volleyball, and in the summer I'm trying to get into soccer.
Well, and with your height, you smash the ball, the volleyball? Do you get up high? Can you jump high?
Not very.
Soccer might be better.
Oh man, he look like a drunk,
I'm just
old,
looking, I think she'd be a great
nasty,
soccer
old, dirty
Do you get up high? Can you
man.
jump high?
Not very.
Soccer might be better. I'm just looking, I think she'd be a great soccer player.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what
Oh
you think.
wow. I think he's sick. I think he is sick. Let's get to the next one. Ooh wee. Okay, I think I got one more and then I'm going to sleep. Y'all hit the like button. I'm trying to see what I pushed over here. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, excuse me. Mm-mm-mm.
Here's what comes off a bowl of strawberries when you drop this device in the water. These berries are fresh from the store and already rinsed under the tap, but within
Vladimir Putin could hold his military parade. I want you to close your eyes for a moment and imagine something with me. It's 1995. I'm sitting behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. It's a Tuesday morning. My national security advisor walks in, sets a piece of paper on my desk, and tells me that an American president has just announced a ceasefire in a war in Europe so that Vladimir Putin could hold his military parade in peace. I would have looked at that man and said, "Son, are you feeling all right?" Because in 30 years of public life and every back channel, every summit, every late night phone call with foreign leaders that I was ever part of, I never, not once, could have imagined the President of the United States timing a war ceasefire around Russia's national holiday. And yet, this morning, May 9th, 2026, that is exactly what happened. Vladimir Putin stood on Red Square in Moscow, presiding over Russia's Victory Day parade under a ceasefire personally announced the night before by Donald Trump, a ceasefire posted on Truth Social. The words, and I want to read them to you exactly as they were written, were these: "I'm pleased to announce that there will be a 3-day ceasefire in the war between Russia and Ukraine. The celebration in Russia is for Victory Day." Victory Day, he named it, he said it out loud. The American president announced a ceasefire and cited Russia's national holiday as the reason. Now, I know some of you are already forming a response. You're thinking, "Bill, isn't a ceasefire a good thing? Aren't fewer bombs falling a good thing?" And I want to answer that question honestly tonight, because yes, of course, every hour that young men aren't dying in a trench in eastern Ukraine is a mercy. But a ceasefire and a gift are two very different things. And what happened today on Red Square was not just a ceasefire. It was the single greatest propaganda victory Vladimir Putin has achieved in 30 years, wrapped up with a bow and hand-delivered by the President of the United States. Tonight, I want to walk you through exactly what happened, why it matters, and what it tells us about where American foreign policy is actually headed. Because I don't think the full picture is breaking through the noise. And the full picture is deeply important. To understand what today means, you have to understand what Victory Day means to Russia. This is not a minor holiday. This is not the Russian equivalent of President's Day. Victory Day is the most sacred date on the Russian national calendar. It commemorates the Soviet Union's defeat of Nazi Germany in World War II. In Russia, it is called the Great Patriotic War. It is personal, it is generational. Almost every Russian family lost someone. The suffering was unimaginable.
27 million Soviet citizens died. And Vladimir Putin has spent 25 years using that suffering as the foundation of his entire political identity. The Victory Day parade on Red Square is not just a ceremony. It is Putin saying to his people and to the world that Russia endured, Russia prevailed, Russia is still here, and Russia is still strong. That message has become more complicated since February 2022, when Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and that invasion turned into the grinding, brutal, costly war that has now dragged on for over 4 years. The parade this year was already scaled back. No heavy military hardware on display, tighter security across Moscow. Many international journalists were told they could not attend. Sam Green, a professor of Russian politics at King's College London, said it was out of character for Putin, that it sent a message he would not usually want to send. In other words, going into today, Putin was in a genuinely vulnerable position on his own most important holiday. His parade was smaller, his war was unpopular at home. Ukrainian strikes had been hitting Russian oil refineries deep inside Russian territory. The symbolism of military strength that Victory Day is supposed to project was authentically at risk. And then, the night before, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social, 3-day ceasefire, May 9 through 11, suspension of all kinetic activity, 1,000 prisoners exchanged from each side, agreed to by both Putin and Zelensky. Ukrainian strikes on Russian soil stopped. Russian attacks on Ukraine paused. And Vladimir Putin walked onto Red Square this morning and held his parade in silence. Now I want you to think about what that looked like from inside Russia, from inside the Kremlin's propaganda machine. Their president wanted a ceasefire for his holiday. He asked for one, and the President of the United States gave it to him on television, on Truth Social, in writing, publicly. If you ran the Russian state media operation, and I assure you they are very good at their jobs, you could not have scripted a better morning. Now here is where this story takes a turn that I have to admit, even through all my concern tonight, I found genuinely remarkable. Because Volodymyr Zelensky is a man who knows how to use a moment. Faced with a ceasefire he did not ask for, timed around a Russian holiday he has every reason to despise,
nuts.
Zelensky issued a formal presidential decree. And in that decree, he said Ukraine would allow the parade to go ahead. Let me tell you exactly what it said. For the duration of the parade, beginning at 10 in the morning Kyiv time on May 9th, 2026, the area of Red Square shall be excluded from the plan for the use of Ukrainian weapons. He included the precise coordinates of Red Square. Think about what he just did. He did not agree to a ceasefire. He issued a permit. He told the world that Ukraine has effective targeting reach over the Russian capital, and that Ukraine was graciously choosing not to use it so that Vladimir Putin could hold his parade. An official from his presidential office told reporters they were concerned about one specific square, and now, as part of the diplomatic process, permission has been granted to hold a parade in that square. It is one of the most extraordinary pieces of political communication I have seen in modern history. Zelensky turned a moment of diplomatic pressure into a demonstration of Ukrainian power. He made Putin's parade look like something Ukraine allowed rather than something America gifted.
Chris, my office, 5 minutes.
And he did it with a one-page presidential decree, coordinates included. I have negotiated with difficult partners in difficult circumstances for a long time. What Zelensky did this morning, in under 24 hours, with a single document, was masterful. But here's my concern. And I say this as someone who has followed this conflict from the beginning and who believes deeply in Ukraine's right to sovereignty and self-determination. Zelensky's creativity cannot change what the underlying reality is. The underlying reality is that the United States, the country that has been Ukraine's most important partner and security guarantor, timed a war ceasefire around Russia's national holiday, not around a diplomatic breakthrough, not around a peace framework, not around a humanitarian corridor, around a parade. Now I want to be fair, because fairness matters to me more than scoring points. There is a version of this argument that says a ceasefire is a ceasefire, that any pause in the fighting is worth having, that 1,000 Ukrainian prisoners coming home is a real and tangible good that you do not walk away from, that you take diplomacy where you find it, and I take that argument seriously. I do. When I brokered the Dayton Accords in 1995, I was not in a position where every condition was perfect. Bosnia was a mess. The parties hated each other. The agreement we reached was imperfect, and everybody in that room knew it. But it stopped the killing. And stopping the killing mattered more than perfect terms. So I understand the argument that imperfect diplomacy is better than perfect paralysis. But here is the question I keep coming back to. What did the United States actually get in exchange for this ceasefire? Because in diplomacy, nothing is free. Every concession you make has to buy you something. Every gift you give an adversary has to serve your interests in a concrete way. That is not cynicism. That is the basic arithmetic of international negotiation. So what did we get? We got a 3-day pause that Russia wanted anyway, because Russia had declared a unilateral ceasefire for Victory Day the year before too. We got a prisoner exchange, which is genuinely valuable, and I do not minimize it, but which could have been negotiated at any moment without tying it to Putin's parade. And we got a Truth Social post that will run on Russian state television for months, showing the American president announcing peace on Russia's terms, on Russia's timeline, on Russia's holiday. What did Putin get? Putin got his parade undisturbed, with no Ukrainian strikes on Russian territory
he
for
should have
3
been able to
days.
get.
No embarrassing incidents, no security scares. He got the image of a ceasefire that his propaganda machine can describe as America respecting Russia's sacred day. He got the Moscow Stock Exchange surging the moment the announcement hit. And he got something more important than any of those things combined. He got legitimacy. Let me explain what I mean by legitimacy, because I think this is the part that gets missed in the day-to-day coverage. One of Putin's core strategic objectives since 2022 has not just been to hold Ukrainian territory. It has been to reassert Russia's status as a great power that the West must deal with on equal terms. To break out of the diplomatic isolation that sanctions and international condemnation were meant to create. Every time a Western leader negotiates with Putin directly, every time his conditions shape the terms of an agreement, every time the American president cites his holiday as a reason for American policy, Putin gets closer to that goal. Today on Red Square, Vladimir Putin got to look like a man whose preferences the President of the United States takes into account. That is not a small thing. That is not a symbolic thing. That is a strategic victory for Russia that no battlefield gain could have purchased. Now I want to zoom out, because I think this moment only makes full sense when you put it in the larger pattern of the last several months. In February, the United States launched strikes on Iran without informing a single NATO ally, then demanded those same allies help manage the consequences of a war they had no hand in planning, called European leaders who declined to join the operation cowards, threatened to leave the alliance entirely, and now, this week, announced a ceasefire in Europe timed around a Russian holiday, framed on social media as a personal favor extended to Vladimir Putin. These are not isolated decisions. They form a picture, and the picture that emerges when you step back and look at it honestly is of an American foreign policy that has quietly inverted the traditional logic of alliance management. We used to be toughest on adversaries and most reliable to allies. What I am watching now looks closer to the opposite. We pressure allies with tariffs and troop withdrawal threats. We grant ceasefires to adversaries on their preferred timelines. We impose costs on Canada and give parade gifts to Russia. Now I know that is a stark way to frame it, and I want to be careful not to overstate. There are genuine complexities in both the Iran situation and the Ukraine situation. Nobody, and I mean nobody, wants this war in Ukraine to continue a single day longer than it has to. But there is a difference between ending a war on terms that reflect the values and interests of the democratic world and ending it on terms that validate the aggressor's timeline and the aggressor's holiday. That difference matters. And our allies in Europe and Asia and every country watching this unfold, they see the difference clearly, even when we do not. So where does this lead? I see 3 roads ahead, and I want to be straight with you about all of them. The first road is genuine peace. The ceasefire holds beyond 3 days. The prisoner exchange builds goodwill. Both sides find their way to a real negotiating table. A framework emerges that stops the killing and establishes some kind of lasting stability in Europe. I pray for that outcome. I pray for it sincerely. And if this ceasefire, imperfect as it is, turns out to be a genuine step toward that outcome, then history will judge it more charitably than I am judging it tonight. But I have to be honest with you. Peace that leaves Putin with the territory he seized by force, peace that rewards the invasion with legitimacy and international standing, is not really peace. It is a pause before the next war. I have seen that pattern play out before. History does not forget, even when the news cycle does. The second road is managed drift. The ceasefire expires after 3 days. The fighting resumes. Both sides return to the grinding, brutal stalemate that has defined this conflict for years. Nothing fundamentally changes except that Russia gets to remember May 9th, 2026 as the day American policy bent around their holiday. That memory will be useful to them. It will be useful for a long time. The third road is the one that keeps me up at night.
I want to tell you a story.
I used to believe that Jesus was a Catholic God, God of the Gentiles.
I imagined that Jesus was Italian. The New Testament was one of those books that I saw nuns reading on the subway. I was expecting to find a handbook on how to persecute the Jews. I'm reading a story written by Jews about Jewish people. One thing you don't do is you don't talk about Jesus.
I'm gonna get ostracized. They're gonna think I'm crazy. And
Are you out of your mind? You're not Jewish anymore.
Absolutely not. Do not look into this.
You are a traitor to your people. Jesus was the Messiah.
he wants relationship. He wants fellowship. Believing in Jesus is the most Jewish thing I can do.
I mean, to have a close relationship with God, the truth is worth it. Life with Yeshua would be worth it.
I've been involved in Jewish outreach for over 30 years. This new form of evangelism, that one for Israel.
It is a world in which the signal sent today that American policy can be shaped around Putin's parade calendar accelerates a realignment that is already quietly underway, where allies calculate faster, where adversaries test more aggressively, where the architecture of alliances and institutions that the United States built and led for 80 years stops being organized around American leadership. Not with a dramatic formal break, not with a declaration or a crisis, just drift. The kind of drift that one day you look up and realize has been happening for years without anyone calling it by its name. Let me tell you something from the heart, because I think this is the part that matters most tonight. I have known every American president since Richard Nixon. I have competed against some of them. I have worked alongside others. I have disagreed with all of them about something at some point. But every single one of them, Republican or Democrat, conservative or liberal, understood one fundamental thing about American power. Our influence in the world is not just a function of the size of our military or the strength of our economy. It is a function of what we stand for. When America speaks, the world listens, not just because we have aircraft carriers, but because for 80 years we have generally been on the right side of the basic questions. Freedom versus tyranny, self-determination versus conquest, the rule of law versus the rule of force. That is not a political talking point. That is the foundation on which American leadership was built and sustained through every crisis I can remember. What I saw today on Red Square in Moscow was not that foundation being honored. It was Vladimir Putin standing on the most symbolically loaded stage in Russian public life. His armies paused, his parade undisturbed, his holiday respected by the President of the United States. I am not naive. I know that diplomacy requires compromise. I know that great power competition requires pragmatism. I know that you sometimes have to hold your nose and make a deal you do not love in order to make progress on something that matters more. But there is a difference between strategic pragmatism and handing your adversary a propaganda victory on his own holiday and calling it a ceasefire. That difference matters now. It will matter more as the months go on. And it will matter most when the next crisis comes and we discover how much credibility we have left with the partners we are going to need. The 1,000 Ukrainian prisoners coming home tonight, I think about them. I think about their families waiting. That is real, it is human, and it matters enormously. I do not dismiss it for a single second, but I also think about every authoritarian leader in the world who is watching right now and drawing their own conclusions. The conclusion that if you hold out long enough, if you make the cost of confronting you high enough, the American president will eventually find a way to make your terms look like his idea. America has corrected course before. We have found our way back from periods of confusion and from mistakes that seemed in the moment impossible to walk back. We rebuilt alliances after isolation. We restored credibility after it had been damaged. We have that capacity. It is in our history and it is in our national character. But correction does not happen by itself. It requires citizens who are paying attention, leaders who understand that the world watches not just what we do, but how we do it and whose interests we appear to be serving when we do it. And a willingness, a real honest willingness to look at what is actually happening without the filter of spin or tribalism or the daily need to make everything sound like a win. What happened today on Red Square was not a win for American foreign policy. It was a win for Vladimir Putin. And the sooner we are honest about that, the sooner we can start finding our way back to something better. The world is watching. And right now, what it sees is an American president who gave his adversary the greatest gift of his political career and posted about it on social media. We can do better than that. We have to do better than that. And I truly believe we will. But not unless we start.
So this foundation stick right here is by far my favorite. It's white, but when it goes on and then you blend it in, it matches to your skin tone. So you see how much redness I have. For whatever reason in the afternoon, my face.
So that is all. Hold on.
Absolutely horrible as he waddled back into the White House late.
Because once you say something like this, once you put it into words, it becomes real in a way that's hard to. You know, folks, I've been sitting with something for the last few days, and I'll be honest with you. I wasn't sure I wanted to say it out loud. Because once you say something like this, once you put it into words, it becomes real in a way that's hard to walk back. But I think you need to hear it. I think the country needs to hear it. And I don't care what party you belong to, because what I'm about to describe isn't a partisan problem, it's an American problem. NATO is in the most serious crisis of its 77-year history. Not because of Russia, not because of China, not because of anything an adversary did, because of decisions made in Washington by an American president in the last few months. And I need to walk you through exactly what happened, step by step, because the details matter enormously here. And I'm not sure most people are seeing the full picture. Let me
Happy Mother's Day. Auntie Fee, thank you for coming on today. You are so welcome, Joe. Happy Mother's Day to all the mommies.
Today, NPR published a major investigative
Please come in hitting the
on
like
how
button.
Trump's decision to strike Iran without notifying a single NATO ally, first, is now fundamentally reshaping the alliance. Not
start over. I was speaking.
You know, folks, I've been sitting with something for the last few days, and I'll be honest with you. I wasn't sure I wanted to say it out loud, because once you say something like this, once you put it into words, it becomes real in a way that's hard to walk back. But I think you need to hear it. I think the country needs to hear it. And I don't care what party you belong to, because what I'm about to describe isn't a partisan problem, it's an American problem. NATO is in the most serious crisis of its 77-year history. Not because of Russia, not because of China, not because of anything an adversary did, because of decisions made in Washington by an American president in the last few months. And I need to walk you through exactly what happened, step by step, because the details matter enormously here, and I'm not sure most people are seeing the full picture. Let me start with what broke this week, and then I'll take you back to how we got here, because context is everything. On May 8th, 2026, today, NPR published a major investigative piece on how Trump's decision to strike Iran without notifying a single NATO ally, first, is now fundamentally reshaping the alliance. Not straining it, not testing it, reshaping it. European leaders are, for the first time in the history of this alliance, seriously, substantively planning for a future in which the United States no longer leads NATO. Let that settle for a moment. Not questioning our judgment on one decision, not frustrated with one policy, structurally planning for a post-American NATO. That is something I never, and I mean never, thought I would see in my lifetime. So let me take you back to where this started, because nothing happens without a reason. In late February of this year, the United States and Israel launched coordinated airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. Now, I'm not going to debate the merits of that decision tonight, because that's a separate conversation. What I am going to tell you is how it was done, because the how matters as much as the what in international relations. Trump ordered those strikes without informing a single NATO, not Germany, not France, not the UK, not the Secretary General. Nobody. Now, I've launched military operations as Commander-in-Chief. I know how these decisions get made. I know the secrecy requirements. I know that operational security is real and it's non-negotiable. But there is a difference, a very significant difference, between keeping operational details confidential and not picking up the phone to tell your closest allies that you're about to start a war in the Middle East that will close the Strait of Hormuz and spike global energy prices for every single one of their citizens. That's not secrecy, that's exclusion. And exclusion sends a message. The message it sent to our allies was this: you are not partners, you are not consulted, you are informed after the fact, if at all, and expected to clean up the consequences. Now here's where it gets worse. Because the strikes happened, the Strait of Hormuz was disrupted, Oil prices surged. Global supply chains were hit. And then Trump turned around to those same allies he'd shut out and demanded they help him fix the mess. He called on NATO to assist in reopening the Strait of Hormuz. He called European nations who refused to join the operation cowards. His Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, publicly said the administration would have to, and I'm paraphrasing here, re-examine the value of NATO. Trump himself raised the possibility of withdrawing from the alliance altogether. Think about the logic of that sequence for a moment. I will not consult you before I start a war, but I will demand your military support for the consequences of that war.
What if your stiff joints aren't just aging? Dr. Sebi himself demonstrated the level of joint health you can achieve by making the right.
And if you decline, I will question whether our 77-year alliance is worth maintaining. Even the former NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, drew a clear public line. He said NATO should not be asked to support military operations it had no hand in planning. And Russian state media, I want you to know this, openly celebrated. Russian officials said Trump's attacks on the alliance were a validation of Europe's weakness. Meanwhile, oil price surges were pumping billions into Russia's war chest at exactly the moment Ukraine needs support most. Just sit with that for a second. Now let me tell you what's been happening inside the alliance, because this is the part I think most people aren't seeing clearly. The discussions about burden sharing in NATO, about who pays what and who contributes how much, those are nothing new. We had those arguments in the 1990s. Bush 41 had them, Reagan had them. It goes back decades. The free rider problem is real and legitimate and worth solving. But here's the profound irony of this moment. The very pressure Trump applied, the tariff threats, the troop withdrawal threats, the constant demands to pay more, combined with the shock of Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, actually worked. European defense spending surged. Countries that had been laggards for years finally started meeting their NATO commitments. Germany reversed decades of defense restraint. Poland became one of the most militarily capable NATO members per capita on the continent. Trump's pressure helped produce exactly the outcome alliance managers had been seeking for 20 years. And at the moment of that success, the moment when the alliance was actually getting stronger on the terms Trump claimed to want, he went around it entirely, launched a war without them, demanded their compliance without their input, and threatened to leave when they said no. A senior diplomat I respect described the dynamic this way. When your ally starts treating your compliance as a proof of loyalty rather than your partnership as a foundation of cooperation, you're no longer in an alliance. You're in a protection racket. I wouldn't have used those words, but I understand why someone did. Now, I want to be honest with you here because I always tried to be straight with the American people when I was in office, and I'm going to try to be straight with you now. Even when it's uncomfortable, the Iran situation is complicated.
Not of a
Iran's nuclear
JJ under
program
his
was a
chin.
genuine
Oh
threat.
my God.
The Strait of Hormuz is a genuine choke point. The decision to act wasn't made
Then
in a
Yahoo
vacuum,
keeping him
and there are
submissive. Oh
serious
my
people
God,
who
how
believe it
funny.
was the right call strategically, even if the process was badly mismanaged.
Oh my God.
And some of the European reluctance to engage, I'll say it plainly, reflects a long pattern of wanting American protection without American risk. That's a legitimate frustration. Trump didn't invent it, he inherited it, and he's not entirely wrong that it needed to be addressed. But, and this is important, there is a difference between forcing allies to step up and treating allies like subordinates.
I don't care
There is a
about them
difference
people
between
or
demanding more
Americans. What do you mean,
contribution and
Belinda?
launching military operations without consultation.
What are you talking about? What you talking about, Belinda?
Without dismantling the architecture of the alliance itself. When I was in office, I had fierce disagreements with European partners. Over Bosnia, they wanted to wait. I pushed for intervention. Those conversations got heated. There were moments of real frustration on both sides, but we worked through them. inside the institutions we built together. That's what alliances are for. What I never did, what I could never have imagined doing, was launching military operations in a region that directly affects our allies' energy security without telling them it was coming. That's not disagreement. That's unilateralism. And unilateralism has consequences. So what are those consequences? Let me tell you what I'm actually watching. Douglas Lute, who served as U.S. ambassador to NATO, described this moment as a two-front challenge, East and West. Russia on one side, Washington on the other. That is a sentence that should shock every American who cares about this country's standing in the world. European leaders are now seriously and with real urgency designing what they call a stronger European pillar of the alliance. That sounds benign, but read between the lines. A stronger European pillar means a pillar that doesn't depend on Washington's mood, a pillar that can function, defend, and decide without waiting for a phone call from the Oval Office that may or may not come. That is not how NATO was designed. NATO was designed with American leadership at its core, because American leadership, consistent, reliable, predictable American leadership, was the foundation the whole structure rested on. When that foundation becomes unreliable, allies don't collapse, they adapt. They build backup systems, they hedge, and slowly, gradually, the center of gravity shifts. I've seen versions of this before, but never at this speed, and never self-inflicted. And here's what makes this moment different from any other crisis I've seen in my adult life. It's not just one decision, it's a pattern. Tariffs on allies, troops withdrawn as punishment for criticism, Greenland threatened, Canada told it might become the 51st state, NATO bypassed for strikes on Iran, European allies called cowards for not joining a war they weren't consulted on, Secretary of State questioning whether the alliance has value, President threatening to leave. Each individual action you could perhaps explain away, but as a pattern, that pattern tells every ally in the world something very specific. It tells them that depending on the United States carries a risk they need to price into their national planning. And more of them are concluding that risk is too high. And competitors are taking notes. China is watching. Russia is watching. Iran is watching. Every authoritarian government in the world that wants to see the Western alliance fracture is watching. This is not strength. It is the opposite of strength. Real strength, the kind of power that I saw America wield at its best, doesn't need to threaten friends. It inspires them. So where does this lead? I see three roads, and I want to be honest with you about all of them. The first is repair. A future president, or even this one if he finds the wisdom, re-engages with NATO partners on terms that restore
If he
consultation
finds
and
the
shared
wisdom,
decision-making.
Lord.
Acknowledges that allies are partners, not subordinates. Rebuilds the trust that's been damaged by going back to basics. Pick up the phone before starting wars, not after. This is hard. Trust once broken takes years to restore, but it's possible. We've corrected course before. The second road is managed decline. The alliance continues formally, but hollows out in practice. European members build parallel structures. The U.S. participates when it suits Washington's interests and steps back when it doesn't. NATO survives on paper, but loses its cohesion and its deterrence value.
My friends laughed at me for buying this, and now they ask me where I got this. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life.
This is probably where we are right now. It's not apocalyptic in the short term, but it's corrosive. Every year of drift makes the alternative structure stronger and the incentive to trust American leadership weaker. The third road is fracture, a formal or functional break. Europe develops its own defense architecture that explicitly does not require American participation. NATO becomes what some people are already very carefully starting to call a legacy structure. The alliance that held the free world together for 77 years becomes a historical footnote. and the global stability that depended on it, the security that enabled decades of prosperity for America and our partners goes with it. That third road is not inevitable, but for the first time in my lifetime, it is not unthinkable, and the fact that it is now thinkable is itself a measure of how much damage has been done. Let me tell you something from the heart, because I'm not going to end on a purely analytical note. I was in the room when NATO expansion was debated after the Cold War. I argued for it. I believed then and I believe now that a larger, more unified NATO was one of the great strategic achievements of the post-Cold War era. Not because it provoked Russia, because it gave democracies from the Baltic to the Adriatic a security umbrella that let them build free societies without living under the shadow of military threat. That wasn't just good for Europe, it was good for America. It created stable partners, it created trading relationships, it created a world where American companies could operate, American ideas could spread, American values could take root. When I say that what's happening now breaks my heart, I mean that literally. This isn't about partisan politics. I've been careful throughout this conversation to acknowledge where the frustrations with allies have some legitimacy, because they do. But frustration, even legitimate frustration, doesn't justify unilateralism at this scale. It doesn't justify treating the most successful military alliance in human history as a bargaining chip in a negotiation over gas prices. The institutions that keep the world stable weren't built by any one president or any one party. They were built across generations by people who understood something essential about American power. Our power doesn't come only from our aircraft carriers or our GDP. It comes from being a country that others want to stand next to, that they trust to be there when it matters, that they know will pick up the phone before starting a war, not after. When we lose that, and right now we are losing it, we don't just lose influence, we lose the infrastructure of influence. The networks, the habits of cooperation, the institutional trust that took decades to build and that no single president, no matter how talented or determined, can rebuild quickly. I still believe America can correct course. We have done it before. After mistakes that seemed in the moment like they might define us permanently, we found our way back to our values, to our responsibilities, to the role in the world that only we can play. But correction doesn't happen by itself. It requires citizens who pay attention. Leaders who understand that trashing your alliances in public may feel powerful in the moment, but weakens you in ways that compound over time. And a shared recognition across party lines that America's standing in the world is not a political asset to be weaponized. It's a national inheritance to be protected. The alliance is shaking. The question is whether we have the wisdom to stabilize it before the shaking becomes a collapse. I believe we do. But I'll be honest with you, the window isn't unlimited, and the clock is running.
This is our snow crab meat, 100% real, grade A, and hand extracted from the...
Y'all in here deep, 252. But oh my goodness, but my likes don't reflect it. Let me see. I'm finna hop game over. I saw that one. Trump will fire him. Hold on. trying to see what I already had pinned. Let's listen.
This conflict just crossed a line, and even the people who started it cannot pull it back. That is not a metaphor. That is not speculation. That is operational reality on the ground right now. In the last 72 hours, 3 things happened that have completely changed the nature of this war. Not the headlines, not the surface level news cycle, the actual structural reality underneath. And almost nobody on mainstream cable news is explaining what it actually means for ordinary people, for your savings, for your job, for the price of fuel at your This conflict just crossed a line, and even the people who started it cannot pull it back. That is not a metaphor. That is not speculation. That is operational reality on the ground right now. In the last 72 hours, 3 things happened that have completely changed the nature of this war. Not the headlines, not the surface level news cycle, the actual structural reality underneath. And almost nobody on mainstream cable news is explaining what it actually means for ordinary people, for your savings, for your job, for the price of fuel at your local pump, for whether the country you live in will still feel the same 6 months from now. Today, I am going to walk you through exactly what changed, why it cannot be reversed, and what every option on the table looks like once you strip away the political theater. Let us start with what we actually know. The first thing you need to understand is the geography, because in a conflict like this one, geography is not a detail. Geography is the entire story. The corridor at the center of this crisis is roughly 21 miles wide at its narrowest point, 21 miles. That is the distance between 2 mid-sized American cities. That is a Sunday afternoon drive, and through that narrow stretch of water passes somewhere between 17 and 20% of the entire global oil supply every single day. 20 million barrels every single day. Now hold that number in your head, because we are going to come back to it. 20 million barrels per day, multiplied across weeks of disruption, multiplied across months of insurance markets pricing in risk, multiplied across the panic buying that any sustained closure by roughly 7%. It triggered the worst recession the United States had seen since the 1930s. 7%. The disruption now unfolding in this current crisis is on a scale that could dwarf 1973 by a factor of 3 or 4. Pentagon officials have stated openly that any sustained closure of this corridor would represent the most significant disruption to global trade, multiplied across months of insurance markets pricing in risk, multiplied across the panic buying that any sustained closure would trigger, produces a figure that strains the capacity of normal economic analysis. In 1973, when the Arab oil embargo cut global supply by roughly 7%, it triggered the worst recession the United States had seen since the 1930s. 7%. The disruption now unfolding in this current crisis is on a scale that could dwarf 1973 by a factor of 3 or 4. Pentagon officials have stated openly that any sustained closure of this corridor would represent the most significant disruption to global trade in modern history. Not a recession, not a downturn, a structural break. There is also a historical parallel that almost no analyst is mentioning, and it deserves to be on the table. In 1988, during the so-called tanker war, the United States Navy fought a brief but intense engagement called Operation Praying Mantis. The USS Samuel B. Roberts, an American frigate, struck an Iranian mine in this exact same body of water. The American response was swift and devastating, but here is the part that should stop you cold. Iranian military planners studied that engagement obsessively for nearly 4 decades. Every weakness exposed in 1988 was studied, cataloged, and built into the doctrine that is being executed right now. So when officials in Washington express surprise at the speed of the escalation, that surprise itself is a tell. The opponent has been preparing for this exact scenario for 37 years. It is not a surprise to them. It is a script. And that brings us to the first escalation layer, because what is actually happening on the ground has now moved beyond what any single actor in this conflict can fully control. The first thing that changed is the technical reality of the weapons being deployed. For decades, military analysts assumed that a conflict in this region would be dominated by air power and naval power, aircraft carriers, fighter jets, precision missiles, the kind of warfare America has spent trillions of dollars perfecting. But the doctrine being executed right now is not built around that assumption. It is built around something the Pentagon calls asymmetric weapon systems, cheap drones, naval mines, anti-ship missiles costing a few $100,000 apiece, designed to threaten warships that cost $2 billion apiece. The math of that exchange is brutal. According to reporting from Bloomberg and confirmed by multiple defense analysts tracking the situation, the inventory of these systems on the opposition side is significantly larger than what was publicly estimated even 6 months ago.
Daddy,
Yeah, baby.
did you have a presentation today?
How'd you remember that?
You said it last week, the big one.
It's today.
Are you nervous?
A little.
Don't be. You're the best at your job.
How do you know?
Because you go every day, even when you're tired.
That's not the same as being the best, baby.
It is to me.
One down, one to go.
Chris, my office, 5 minutes. Sit down. We're letting you go, Chris.
Why?
You missed 3 quarterly targets in a row. The Patterson account, we lost them last month.
I asked for help with the new analytics
That's the
platform.
point. Everyone else figured it out. Marcus runs his entire book through AI now.
Gimmy's at twice your volume.
Already gave you time. Pack your desk. Security will walk you down at noon.
I've been here 11 years.
I know.
What is this?
Reports indicate that what was once a stockpile of hundreds of these weapons is now, by some estimates, in the thousands. The second thing that changed is the capability gap that has now been exposed. And this one is genuinely uncomfortable to discuss because it cuts against the assumption most Western viewers have been taught to hold for their entire lives. The American Navy currently has 11 aircraft carriers. 11. That is more than every other nation on Earth combined. It is the most powerful naval force in the history of human civilization. But the United States only has 8 active minesweepers, 8, designed to clear naval mines from contested waters. And of those 8, only a fraction can be deployed to this specific theater at any given time. Now think about what that means in practice. If thousands of mines are deployed across a 21-mile wide corridor, the time required to clear that corridor safely is not measured in days. It is not measured in weeks. 6 months of constrained global oil supply, 6 months of insurance premiums on every tanker that even attempts the passage running into the millions of dollars. 6 months of every refinery on 3 continents recalculating its operating model. And every day that supply stays constrained, every day prices stay elevated. Hundreds of millions of euros per day flow into the pockets of the actor that benefits most from sustained instability. We will come back to who that is. Defense experts understand this gap clearly. It has been written about in war college journals for years. But the gap was never closed because closing it was never a political priority. And now the bill for that decision has come due. And this is where it locks in. Because there is a hidden variable in this crisis that almost no mainstream coverage is willing to name clearly. The hidden variable is enrichment. According to the most recent IAEA reporting, the stockpile of uranium enriched to 60% purity now sits at approximately 450 kilograms. 450. That is material that can be pushed to weapons grade in a matter of weeks, not years. Enough, by the conservative estimate of nuclear physicists, for multiple devices. Now, the official position from Western capitals is that this stockpile is a bargaining chip, not a finished weapon. And on a purely technical level, that statement is accurate.
This is Jack. He's an entrepreneur, and he wants to set up a professional website so his customers can find him online. A website he can easily maintain himself. But Jack has a small budget, no technical knowledge, and no web design experience. Luckily, he recently heard about Webador. With Webador, anyone can build a free professional website in just a few easy steps. Sign up. Choose from
There is a difference between 60% enrichment and 90% enrichment. There is a difference between fissile material and an assembled deliverable warhead. But here is what the official position has not stated clearly enough. The technical gap between where the stockpile is now and where it would need to be for a deliverable weapon has narrowed to a window measured in weeks, not years, not months, weeks. And once a stockpile crosses that threshold, the calculus of every other nation in the region changes overnight. Every nation in the Gulf is now asking itself the same question. If the threshold is weeks, can deterrence still hold? Can diplomacy still work? Or has the window for a peaceful resolution already closed without anyone announcing it on television? And here is the second piece of the hidden variable that most coverage glosses over completely. The IAEA inspectors who would normally verify what is happening at enrichment sites have had their access steadily reduced over the last 18 months. Reports indicate that the cameras and monitoring equipment that once provided real-time visibility into the program are no longer fully operational, which means that the 450 kilogram figure is the last verified number. The actual current stockpile could be larger, it could be in a different location, it could be in multiple locations. The honest answer is that nobody outside a very small circle actually knows. And once verification breaks down, every other actor in the region has to plan for the worst case scenario, not the best case scenario. Saudi Arabia plans for it. Israel plans for it. Turkey plans for it. The Gulf states plan for it. And the moment those nations start planning for the worst case scenario, their own behavior changes, their own defense procurement changes, their own diplomatic posture changes. The crisis becomes self-reinforcing even before any further escalation occurs. The fourth thing that changed is psychological, and this one matters more than most analysts give it credit for. Wars are fought on the battlefield, but they are won and lost in the minds of populations. The population in this crisis on every side has now crossed a threshold of conviction. Decades of grievance, decades of broken negotiations, decades of perceived humiliation, all of that has now compressed into a single moment where compromise looks to the population like surrender. And once a population reaches that moment, the political space for any leader to back down evaporates. Leaders who try to negotiate are seen as weak. Leaders who escalate are seen as strong. The incentive structure has flipped completely. According to reporting from multiple regional outlets, public sentiment polling, where it can be conducted at all, shows hardline positions strengthening on every side simultaneously. That is the fourth layer. The leaders are no longer fully in control of the situation. The population is now driving the bus, and that almost never produces a clean resolution. And here is the part that should stop you cold. The actors who started this conflict on every side are no longer fully in control of how it ends. Think about what that actually means. The architect of a crisis is supposed to be able to dial it up or dial it down at will. That is the entire premise of strategic escalation. You raise the stakes to extract concessions, then you de-escalate when those concessions are offered. That is the playbook every modern war has been written from for the past 70 years. But this conflict has now passed the point where any single actor can dial it down unilaterally. The opposition cannot fully open the corridor even if it wants to, because the moment it does, hardliners on its own side will see that move as betrayal. The Western coalition cannot pull back its forces without signaling weakness to every adversary on 3 continents. Regional players caught in the middle cannot negotiate openly without becoming targets themselves. Every actor in this conflict is now trapped by the very escalation they help to build. That is what loss of control looks like in practice. It does not look like chaos. It looks like every leader in the world quietly realizing they have less room to maneuver than they had a week ago. And here's where everything connects, because the consequences of this crisis are not contained to the region. They are cascading outward in real time, country by country, market by market, supply chain by supply chain. Energy markets have already priced in a sustained risk premium. Insurance markets are repricing every shipping route. Wheat markets, fertilizer markets, semiconductor markets, all of them are recalibrating because every one of them depends somewhere in its supply chain on energy flowing through that 21-mile corridor. The bombs may be falling on one specific region, but the hunger arrives in Africa, the factories close in Southeast Asia, the fuel stations run dry in cities most viewers cannot find on a map. Think about what that cascade looks like in real life. A family in Manila wakes up to find that their commute has tripled in cost overnight. A small manufacturer in Vietnam realizes the shipping container that used to cost $2,000 now costs $9,000. A bakery in Egypt sees the price of imported wheat double in a single trading session. A pensioner in Spain opens the heating bill and stares at a number they cannot afford. None of those people started this conflict. None of them have any influence over how it ends. But every single one of them is paying the price for it in real time, right now. That is the 6th layer. A regional crisis has become a global cascade, and there is no firewall. Once you understand the 6 layers, the natural question is, what does anyone actually do about it? Let us walk through every realistic option on the table, because each one has been floated by serious analysts, and each one has a flaw that nobody on television wants to talk about. Option 1 is full diplomatic engagement, a return to the negotiating table, a new framework agreement that addresses every grievance on every side. This sounds logical until you remember that the population on every side has crossed the threshold I described in layer 4. There is no political space for the kind of compromise a real agreement would require. Diplomacy without political space is theater, and theater does not stop cascades. Option 2 is full military escalation, a decisive strike that ends the threat at its source. This sounds logical until you remember the capability gap from layer 2 and the asymmetric weapons inventory from layer 1. A decisive strike against a force built specifically to absorb decisive strikes becomes a long campaign. Long campaigns drain political will, drain treasuries, and drain the patience of populations watching the news every night. Option 3 is containment, a patient, long-term strategy of sanctions, deterrence, and regional alliance building. This sounds logical until you remember that containment requires time. And the 450 kilogram stockpile from layer 3 does not give anyone time. Containment is a strategy for slow-moving threats. This threat is not slow-moving. Option 4 is regional handoff. Let the neighboring powers in the region take primary responsibility with Western support from a distance. This sounds logical until you remember that the neighboring powers are themselves trapped by the same population dynamics described in layer 4. Asking them to lead is asking them to absorb domestic political costs that no leader in the region currently has the standing to pay. And option 5 is the uncomfortable truth that almost no policy analyst will say out loud. Option 5 is there is no good option. Every path forward produces a worse outcome than the path before it. The political class spent 20 years pretending this moment would never arrive, and so the political class never built the tools that would be needed to handle it when it did. That is not a partisan critique. That is a structural observation, and it applies to every administration of every party in every Western capital for at least the last 3 decades. So now let me zoom out, because what is actually happening here is bigger than any single crisis. This is not a contained regional incident. It is a structural revelation. For roughly 70 years, the entire architecture of the global economy has rested on a single failed assumption. The assumption was that energy would always flow, always, from a stable region through a stable corridor to stable consumers at a stable price. Every supply chain, every manufacturing decision, every retirement portfolio was built on top of that assumption.
Worried about overpaying for weight loss injections? Watch this. Get started for only $39 for the first month with Weight Loss by Hers. No in-person doctor's visits, no insurance required. Hers offers personalized treatment plans tailored to your lifestyle, health history, and weight loss goals. With unlimited dosage adjustments and 24/7 access to provider messaging via app, there are no surprises, just ongoing support. Take the free assessment today to get started.
And the assumption is no longer true. It has not been quietly true for years. It has been visibly untrue for at least 18 months, but the systems built on top of it kept running, the way a clock keeps running for a few seconds after the spring is broken. This crisis is the moment the clock visibly stops. The failed assumption was not just about energy. It was about the deeper idea that the world could be wealthy, peaceful, and stable simultaneously, while outsourcing the hard, dangerous work of securing the supply lines to a single hegemon and a handful of regional partners. That arrangement worked when the hegemon had unlimited capacity and the regional partners had unquestioned legitimacy. Neither of those things is fully true anymore. So what we are watching is not a war story. It is a revelation that the assumptions every modern economy has been operating under were structurally vulnerable the entire time. The wealth, the peace, the stability, all of it sat on a foundation that almost nobody examined too closely, because examining it too closely meant admitting how fragile it was. That is the reframe. And once you see this conflict as a structural revelation rather than a contained event, every news headline reads differently. Every market move reads differently. Every political statement reads differently. You start to see the shape of the next 10 years, not just the next 10 days. And the shape is uncomfortable. Because if the foundation was always this fragile, then the wealth and stability that ordinary families took for granted was always borrowed, not earned. Borrowed from a stable supply chain, borrowed from a stable hegemonic order, borrowed from a regional arrangement that nobody in any Western capital actually paid for in any sustainable way. The bill for that borrowing has now been presented, and no political leader anywhere is fully prepared to hand it to their voters. And here is where everything stands right now, in the present tense, as I record this analysis. Diplomatic channels remain open, but increasingly narrow. Military assets are being repositioned across at least 3 theaters. Energy markets continue to price in a sustained risk premium that did not exist 3 weeks ago. Regional populations are hardening. Western populations are confused, uncertain, watching.
we in trouble.
Every actor is calculating what the next 48 hours might bring, while privately admitting they cannot fully control it. So I want to leave you with a few questions, not answers. Questions because in a moment like this one, the questions matter more than the confident predictions. First, if the capability gap from layer 2 cannot be closed in the time the crisis requires, what does the West actually do when the corridor closes for a sustained period? Has anyone in any Western capital actually rehearsed that scenario, or are we all about to find out together? Second, if the 450 kilogram stockpile from layer 3 crosses the technical threshold, what is the response, and from whom? Because the answer to that question reshapes the entire region for a generation. Third, if the population dynamics from layer 4 mean no leader on any side can de-escalate without losing power at home, who is going to be the first to step out of that trap, and what will it cost them? Fourth, and this is the hardest question, if the structural revelation from Act 5 is real, what do ordinary people watching this from Manchester or Melbourne or Mumbai actually do to prepare? What does prudence look like when the foundation itself is being examined? Stay with this channel because this story is not over. It is barely beginning. The next phase has just opened, and the next analysis is already in production.
Okay, y'all. That's it for me. Oh, y'all want to end? Y'all came in late. Y'all want to end on a prayer? Do y'all want to end on a prayer or just end the way we end? What we doing? Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Okay, good night, y'all. Good night, Joe. Room shaker. Let's see who else is here. Belinda. Oh, room shaker. I didn't even know you had came. I'm sorry. I had walked away. Josephine. I'm sorry. Good night, her. Candy Jones. Good night, y'all. If y'all didn't hit the like button coming in, please hit it on the way out. Like, share, and subscribe. And if you feel it in your heart to support Auntie Fee while she is demonetized, you can send a cash app to $AUNTEAFEE. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Candy. Ooh, that neck. I'm finna hop in the bubble bath. I don't know how to, let me see. I'm finna hop in the tub. Soak in my bubble. No, I'm TT, you tripping. Listen to some jazz till I go to sleep. Example. It's time to all down, baby. Bye, Barry. That's why. All right, y'all. Good night. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for jamming out with me, vibing with me, bathing with me, oiling my body down with me, spraying myself with me. When I say spraying, my perfume, my night fragrance. Tonight I chose Euphoria. I hope all the mothers have a great day. I'm gonna try it. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do a turnaround. What, 10 for brunch? But y'all have a good night. I hope you have a wonderful Mother's Day. You deserve it, ladies. If you're a good mommy. Hit the like button on your way out. Can you do that for me? This is my bathtub bubble bath chronicles.
Let them lose you. You're my mom.
That's where I had one of my little injuries. The accident I had right here. That other leg was and not right there. It's not letting me put my hand on it. Won't let me put my hand on it. Okay, y'all, good night. Hey, Donald. Can you hit the like button for me? I would greatly appreciate it.